This planning meeting is hereby called to order in compliance with the open meeting law. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted with the appropriate locations. We're live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And Commissioner Quinn, can you please lead us in that pledge?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Evans,
Present.
Vice Chair Trowbridge,
Present.
Commissioner Goins,
Present.
Commissioner Truesdale,
Present.
Commissioner Quinn,
Here.
Commissioner Flangus,
Here.
Commissioner Moody.
Present.
Thank you very much, everyone present and accounted for. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions in the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, our staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting, and I thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of, I believe it's the meeting of May the 10th of 2011?
So moved.
And was everyone present at that meeting to vote?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion for approval of the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of May the 10th. Would everyone please cast your vote? And that motion has been approved. Mr. Director, I'm assuming we move to our housekeeping items at this point. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to be pulled forward for action?
Mr. Chairman, items 18 through 21, the applicant has requested these items be obeyed to the July 12th Planning Commission meeting. And then item 26, the applicant has also requested this item be obeyed to the July 12th Planning Commission meeting.
Are those the only items?
26.
Okay.
Excuse me, can a person from the public be heard on that question?
You'll have to come up to the podium, please. If you'll state your name and address for the record, and then tell us which items you'd like pulled from the agenda.
My name is Doug Zingale. My address is 48 Plimpton Road, Sudbury, Massachusetts. I'm here as CEO of Wilson Solar Power. This relates to item 53. And if it were possible to move item 53 up in the agenda, it would be appreciated. I have a flight back to the East Coast to catch tonight.
Did you discuss this with the planning director at all?
No, I just arrived from Boston and saw that we were item 53 and was concerned about my flight schedule.
Mr. Director?
We could take that after the consent agenda if you so approve.
Yes. Okay. I think that'd be fine. We'll do the consent agenda and then pull this forward for appropriate action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so those are our abeyance items. Do we have a motion for those, please?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to modify the agenda with the deletion of items 18 through 21 and the deletion of item or the abeyance of item number 26. With those changes, approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you very much. We have a motion. Would you please cast your vote? And And that has been approved, and those items will be heard accordingly. Our consent agenda are usually considered routine and enacted in one motion, and any item may be discussed if a commission member or applicant wishes, but I don't believe we have any items on our consent agenda, so we'll move directly to what's considered our one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following items are items that may be considered in one motion and one vote. They are considered routine, non-public and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request that that item be removed from that portion of the agenda. And I'm assuming we don't have anything to be removed from the one
Mr.
motion,
Chairman?
one vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
item number 15, SUP 41592, we have not received the one motion, one vote form, and that should be pulled.
So that will be heard in due course?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So we'll remove that, and I'll begin reading these into the record. Agenda item number 6, the applicant and the owner is Walt Lau Buddha Mixe, perhaps. It's for a proposed 1,126 square foot addition to an existing 1,475 square foot monastery with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the north, east, and south perimeters where 6 feet is required, and to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer along the west perimeter where 10 feet is required at 360 and 366 North 14th Street in Ward 5. The next item is agenda items number 7 and 8, which are related, and that's ZON 41545. The applicant and the owner is Bonneville Bungalows LLC, and it's a request for R1 low-density residential and PR professional office and parking to be changed to professional office at 511, 515, 521, 531 South 7th Street in Ward 3. And the related item is a variance 41546 to allow a lot width of 55 feet where 60 feet is the minimum required at 511 South 7th Street, also in Ward 3. Agenda item number 9 is SUP 41563, the applicant DIFARA Pizza Holdings, Inc. The owner is Hualapai Commons, and it's for a proposed 3,840 square foot supper club with 2,744 square feet of outdoor dining area at 9785 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 2. Agenda item number 10, SUP 41573, the applicant LV Spa Venture VQR LLC, and the owner Great Wash Park LLC. And it's to add a proposed 492 square foot massage establishment within an existing 3,680 square foot general personal service beauty salon with waivers to allow 141-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required and an 80-foot distance separation from another massage establishment where 1,000 feet is required at 440 South Rampart Boulevard, suite number 150 in Ward 2. Agenda item number 11 is SUP 41576, the applicant and the owner Great Wash Park LLC, and it's for a 6,013 square foot supper club within a 28.44 acre mixed use development with a waiver to allow a distance separation of 141 feet from a city park where 400 feet is required at 450 South Rampart Boulevard, suite number 120 in Ward 2. Agenda item number 12, SUP 41577, the applicant, the owner, Great Wash Park LLC, for a proposed restaurant with service bar and an existing 2,146 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow 141 foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 400 South Rampart Boulevard, suite number 165. Agenda item number 13, SUP 41581, the applicant and the owner, Great Wash Park LLC, for proposed liquor establishment tavern use within an existing 28.44 acre mixed-use development with waivers to allow a distance separation of 141 feet from a city park where 1,500 feet is required, and no distance separation from a similar use where 1,500 feet is required at 410 South Rampart Boulevard, suite number 175, and 14 SUP 41586, the applicant, Lutheran Social Services of Nevada, the owner, HARSCH Investment Properties, for proposed 11,597 square foot social service provider at 73 Spectrum Boulevard in Ward 3. I believe those are the items read into the record under the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. Did anyone from the public wish to speak on any of these routine matters? Seeing none. Ma'am? Yes, come on down. If you'll state your name and address for the record, tell us which item that you wish to be heard.
My name is Mary Etta Brewer.
Wait.
My name is Mary Etta Brewer, 5175 Blossom Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89142. I'm here for item 15. This is my first time here, so.
Item 15 is going to be heard in at a later time,
Oh, it
right
is?
after we conclude with
Okay,
this.
sorry.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. The public hearing has been opened. I will now close the public hearing. Members of the commission, do we have any action?
Seeing no,
Mr. Chairman, with regard to item 9, SUP 41563, I need to abstain on that one because of a conflict. My firm represents Wallapai Commons.
Very well. If the clerk would please note the commissioner's abstention on that item. Any other abstentions or disclosures? Seeing none, ready for a motion?
okay, I'd like to make the motion, but before I'd simply like to comment on items number 10, because these involve the further development of the Tivoli Village, and they require a waiver because of their proximity to a city park. The city park is Angel Park Golf Course, which has a restaurant bar in it, in its own premises. So I'm going to support all these, but I just wanted to comment what it was. Item number 10 might look a little strange unless you understood that the foot massage establishment they're speaking of is really an ancillary activity that's associated with a beauty parlor that's already there and licensed. That's a minor activity that will be going on. And so having said that, I'd make a motion for approval of the one motion, one vote items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 with conditions as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion for those items. Please cast your vote. Thank you. And that portion of the agenda have all been approved, Mr. Director?
Mr. Chairman, please note for the record that items number 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days. Items number 7, 8, and 14 will go forward to the July 20th City Council meeting.
Thank you very much. And I will now read into the record agenda item number 15, which we pulled from the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda, and that's a special use permit, SUP 41592. The applicant is Marietta Brewer, the owner Construction Group, Inc., and it's for a proposed 1,275 square foot secondhand dealer use household items at 2187 North Decatur Boulevard, suite number 100 in Ward 5. The staff was recommending approval. Can we have a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed secondhand dealer use complies with the requirements of Title 19 and can be conducted in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. And ma'am, if you'll come back and perhaps give the clerk your name and address again for the record.
Marietta Brewer, 5175 Blossom Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89142.
Okay. And so you're the applicant and the staff has recommended approval. Is there anything that you object to?
No, I don't.
Oh, all right. Well, I think we Our staff is recommending approval. There are conditions that have been listed. I'm assuming you've read them and agree to them. And we'll open this up. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? What it was is it was listed under a portion of our agenda where we didn't necessarily need to discuss the merits of the case because it was a routine item. So we'll go ahead and vote separately on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Anybody wish to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public portion of the agenda and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on item 15, SUP 41592, move for approval subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Very good. Commissioner Goins has recommended approval, and there is a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that, too, is approved.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council at the July 20th City Council meeting.
Very good. Thank you. We move on to agenda item number, I think we're going to go take the matter out of order, accommodate the gentleman's travel schedule, and it's item number 53, Site Development Review 41591. The applicant and the owner is the Las Vegas Valley Water District, and it's to install two 93-foot tall solar power generation facilities at 7210 SHAUMBER Road in Ward 6. The staff is recommending approval. And if we can hear the presentation briefly from the applicant. Staff, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed solar generation equipment will have a negligible visual and audible impact on the surrounding area and will provide an alternative means of meeting the high energy demands of water conveyance without depending on emission-intensive power sources such as coal or natural gas. It meets the stated goal of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan conservation element for investigating and promoting the development and use of alternative sources of energy. Staff is recommending approval of the request. If denied, the site will remain as it is. Please note that a neighborhood meeting was held on May 31st with no concerns voiced by the attendees. There are additional letters of protest and support for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Bronson Mack, 1001 South Valley View, here on behalf of the applicant. I would first just like to thank the Commission for taking this item out of order and do apologize for that request. But the company that we're partnering with on this project is Wilson Solar Power, and they've sent their representative and CEO here today from Boston to attend this meeting, and there was just some concern about making that flight. So again, we do appreciate the flexibility. Again, this item that is before you is for a renewable energy project at the Las Vegas Valley Water District's Elkhorn Reservoir. The Elkhorn Reservoir is located within the Providence Master Planned community. The site is located off of Schaumburg Road. It's about 2,000 feet south of Farm Road. It was originally developed in 2006 and is currently home to a water reservoir and pumping station that is part of the overall water district's water distribution system to deliver water to customers in this area. Again, we have been working with Wilson Solar Power to deploy this system. This is some relatively new technology in the field of solar power. It was developed by a former professor at MIT, as well as some MIT graduate students. We're actually really fortunate to have the opportunity to implement something new like this here within Las Vegas. The system will be constructed on the western portion of the property, outlined here. The reason that we moved it to the western portion is, well, for one, we've got some available land there to accommodate. We are proposing two solar collectors here. Each solar collector consists of a 90-foot mast, 93-foot mast, located here and the second here. With each of those masts associated with that is a series of mirrors. They are called heliostats, and there's 48 mirrors per tower. And the purpose of the mirrors is to be angled and to reflect the sun onto the top of a solar collector atop of the 93-foot mast. With that solar collector, there's also a turbine, and through a heat exchange, it generates electricity. We are intending on utilizing that electricity on site. We do have existing power loads here, obviously, as it does take a lot of lot of power to move water throughout the valley. So the power that will be produced will help to offset what our consumption is at the site. Another reason that we actually really like this site is currently located along Schaumburg Road. Nevada Power has a series of power poles that hold a high voltage line, or a couple of high voltage lines. Those power poles they do range in size from 115 feet to 129 feet tall, and those power poles one power pole is approximately 50 feet away from our site, and the other one is just a little over 100 feet away. So any visual impact that the two 93-foot masts would have associated with this project, well, that impact is already there with these existing power poles on Schaumburg. The system will generate electricity, and it will do so quietly. The decibel level will be about 65 decibels at the base of the tower. 65 decibels is it's about what an air conditioning unit is on a residential home. So isn't necessarily a noise factor. There isn't a noise factor associated with this site. It is clean, renewable energy. So we did hold the public open house. We had good turnout. We did notify well over 600 residents, and we had 9 in attendance. We didn't receive any comments negative at that meeting, although we had comment forms available. We did receive one positive comment after the fact that came in via email, which I'm happy to submit to staff for the record if necessary. With that, again, we do appreciate your flexibility here, and we would ask for your recommendation on this item, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. What I'll do is I'll open this up for public comment if there are any, and I'll ask the commission members if they have questions. So this was advertised as a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Please come forward.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
While Mr. Russell's coming up, I'm going to abstain on this item due to my company and the program I administer, Project 5,000 Kids. I have about 44 youth that are currently working meaningful work experiences this summer through the Las Vegas Valley Water District, so out of abundance of caution, I will abstain on this vote.
Very good. If the clerk would please note the abstention. Mr. Russell, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Teddy Russell V, East Bonanza Road, Las Vegas, New Jersey. I'm a second-generation engineer. I find this project beautiful in form as well as function. It is just so beautiful to me. I am a fanatic on renewable energy. I most heartily, and it gives me great pleasure to recommend approval.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Farlow?
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I wasn't invited to the big meeting. I'd like to have him just briefly explain how this thing works. Does it boil water up there? Does it heat? How it does it? The other thing I'd like to know, does this pump groundwater, the electricity, does it pump groundwater, or are they pumping it uphill from the intake tubes?
I'll ask them to answer that at the conclusion of this. Okay. Anyone else? We'll close the public hearing. Members of the commission? Any comments? Mr. Moody, Commissioner.
I've noted the low visual impact, the low noise impact, whatever minimal impact those may be are certainly outweighed by the green, clean, renewable energy here. And I think it's forward thinking, and I appreciate it, and you will have my support on this project.
Thank you. Can you answer briefly Mr. Farlow's question about how it works?
Yeah, actually, I'll take his first question about the water. And
briefly,
then if I can
just briefly.
This site doesn't have any wells. The only water that is contained here is Colorado River water that is treated from Lake Mead, so there is no groundwater associated with that. And I'll defer on explaining the technology to our expert here, Doug Zingall.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for those remarks in support. The technology works by concentrating the sun's natural radiation using software-controlled mirrors to focus in the same way that a magnifying glass might focus, only on a larger scale, the sun's radiation into the front end of the system, which is called a solar receiver, and the air then becomes superheated, and it's used to drive a microturbine also at the top of the tower, This is not a steam turbine system. It's a hot air system, what we call a Brayton cycle. And what the closest analogy that most people would think of is a jet engine. It's not noisy like a jet engine, but it follows similar thermodynamic principles. So we do not use water to generate the electricity, and we consider that another very green aspect of a solar system, since oftentimes you're going to want to locate them in places that don't have an abundance of water. We think this is a superior design.
Thank you very much. The staff report recommends approval, and there are conditions. I'm assuming you've read them and you agree to them.
We do concur with all recommendations.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we make, just curious, how much kilowatts does this produce? And, I mean, you're kind of...
Each of these units will produce 100 kilowatts, so it'll be 200 kilowatts total. It'll generate enough power to support about 35 average-sized Las Vegas homes for a year.
Okay, great.
Ready for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 53. Please cast your vote.
Thanks again.
And that, with the abstention of Byron Goines, Commissioner of Ward 5, has been unanimously approved. Mr. Director?
And this item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Very good. Thank you very much. And before we go further, Mr. Flynn Fagg, the gentleman over to my left, your right, has been our acting planning director for some months now and was recently appointed the permanent planning director. And I think most of us are very pleased by that.
Actually, I must interject, you're a little bit premature. That doesn't happen until tomorrow.
All right, well, whatever.
But thank you.
As far as we're concerned, you're the permanent one. And along those lines, unless this survey comes back exceptionally negative, at the door, I believe, we have some cards, which are from the City of Las Vegas Planning and Development Questionnaire, and they're designed to elicit your responses to what a pleasant or not experience you've had through the planning department. If you'd take an opportunity to fill them out, we certainly would appreciate it. So, and so we'll move right along to the next item on the agenda is, I believe, agenda item number 16, and that's a variance 41297. The applicant is Tower Consulting, Inc., the owner, Piccoli Ranch Community Association, and it's to allow a 12-foot high chain link fence where 8 feet is maximum height permitted at 9501 Red Hills Road in Ward 2. The staff is recommending denial. And in an associated matter, we have special use permit 41296, and it's for proposed 85-foot high wireless communication facility, stealth design monopine. Staff, can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject wireless communication facility is proposed as a monopine stealth facility. However, it will be 85 feet tall and out of scale with the existing structures and vegetation in the surrounding residential neighborhood. In addition, although it will match the existing tennis court fencing located within the site, the proposed chain link fence with fabric screen material is not appropriate in height or appearance along the perimeter of the site. There are also aesthetic concerns regarding the long-term maintenance of the fabric screening material. The applicant has provided no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances that would substantiate this variance request. A block wall meeting the standards of Title 19 would provide adequate screening for the proposed mechanical equipment associated with the tower and would be aesthetically compatible with the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of both requests.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject, I need to abstain on items 16 and 17. My firm has a legal relationship with Piccoli Ranch.
Okay. The clerk would note the abstention. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
I don't think your microphone is on. Did the staff report concluded and we could turn on the
Now
mic?
it's on? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Tracy Klein with Spectrum Surveying and Engineering, 8905 West Post Road in Las Vegas. I'm appearing for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to tell you just briefly why we're proposing the tower. A number of our wireless clients had been telling us that the folks, or at least some of the folks in Piccoli Ranch, don't have good cell coverage. I held a meeting at the Piccoli Ranch HOA with some residents about 3 weeks ago and did hear from some of them that is in fact the case. It was interesting that during the meeting those who were in favor of the tower at the clubhouse were pretty much those who didn't have good coverage, and those who weren't in favor of it were pretty much those who did have good coverage. The reason that the folks in Piccoli Ranch don't have good coverage, or at least those particularly right in the center, is because they don't have a tower that's close enough to them. I have on the overhead an aerial map. Perhaps we could zoom out a little more on this. This is essentially the Piccoli Ranch residential neighborhood between Fort Apache over to Hualapai, Charleston on the north, and Sahara on the south. At Charleston and Town Center, Charleston and Hualapai, there are 2 towers. Pretty much every carrier in the valley is on one of those 2 towers. As you go east on Charleston to Rampart, what most of us think of as Boca Park, there are 2 towers and there are 2 rooftop sites. Going south on what becomes Fort Apache to Sahara, there are 3 towers in that intersection. And then going back west along Sahara, you have to go up to Town Center and to the Lutheran Church that's just south of Sahara, and there are, at least to my knowledge, at least 3 carriers there. Those sites that are on the perimeter of Piccoli Ranch, pardon the pun, carry a lot of traffic, and a lot of the traffic on these arterial streets. The folks who are on their phone as they're driving, and they carry a lot of traffic in the commercial areas around Piccoli Ranch and in these other residential areas. So they're just not getting the coverage penetration into the heart of Piccoli Ranch necessary for those folks to have good in-building coverage. When you start to look at the opportunities for addressing that deficiency, there really isn't much opportunity because it's essentially all residential except for the clubhouse and the elementary school. I know you folks have long heard that Clark County won't do cell towers on their property, so that leaves only the clubhouse. This is a photograph of the clubhouse property. You'll notice the fencing that now obscures and keeps the tennis balls in the tennis court. And the elementary school property is where I'm standing. This photograph is a simulation of the site that's proposed. We are proposing a monopine type site. As you know, of course, the city code strongly encourages the use of stealth facilities. We have proposed the fencing simply because that's what Piccoli Ranch asked us to do. We don't have a particular axe to grind there. A regular fence is fine with us, and in fact that's what we had originally proposed to them, but they wanted something that matched what they already had. And it would provide enough height to completely obscure any equipment. The site does meet all applicable residential setback requirements. The staff report, of course, makes note of the height. Two things that go into that. Number one, I'd say that probably, without exception, every cell tower that you've ever approved exceeds the height of everything else around it. If it doesn't work. The height also allows us to get as many potential users on the tower as possible. If you build a tower for 1 or 2, well, then everybody else, their competition, is soon going to be trying to do what they're doing in Peccole Ranch and improve their customers' coverage. This facility, we believe, would serve the long-term needs in Peccole Ranch. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. I'm assuming there are people that wish to speak on this matter. If I can have you all queue up down here, there are 2 microphones. Come to each side. I'd ask that your testimony, if at all possible, not be repetitive. And I'd ask the clerk to please put the timer on for the appropriate period of time. You have a couple of minutes. If you could just make your statements short and pithy. I guess there's only a couple of you. Is that okay? Very good. Thank you. If you state your name and address for the record and then tell us briefly why you're for or against this.
My name is Jan Porter. I am the general manager for Peccole Ranch, and my address is, do you want the corporate address or my home address? Corporate 9501 Red Hills Road, Las Vegas 89117. The Board of Directors is very excited about this opportunity and has been working with the different providers to try and identify something that would work. The area that this is going in is behind the tennis courts and away from residential population. We address this specifically to address the issues that our residents are having, as well as to identify where would best be to put this. As was indicated, at the perimeter of Charleston, Fort Apache, Hualapai, Sahara, and those cross streets, you will find that there is just nothing there. And we have a lot of dropout. We have a lot of people who have those concerns. When we took this further to the school board and talked with them and said, what are your concerns about this? Their concern was, would they be able to have access to the tower as well? This is a discussion we had with the provider and said, you know, these are the concerns that we have to make sure that the school receives the accommodations. This is, as you can see on the screen now, location right behind the tennis courts. It is an area that has, from a courtesy patrol standpoint, an area of concern for access for children as they go through the area back and forth to school. And we do have extra courtesy patrol out there in the evening because it's after school, because we are concerned because it's not well lit. We did ask for the fence to be higher so that it would match the tennis court, because with an 8-foot fence, even with my youth and agility, I could have skinnied up that 8-foot fence via the tennis court. So that's part of the reason we're in favor of it, and if you have any questions, I'll answer them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Simons. I live at 1613 St. Catherine Circle. I am a resident of Peccole Ranch, and I oppose this measure for a number of reasons. First of all, my carrier has no problem with reception. I don't get drop calls, and I'd like to suggest that the reason they're getting drop calls is because they have an inferior service. Secondly, a cell phone tower is a huge eyesore, whether it has shrubbery or not. It's kind of like the pig with the lipstick. It's still a pig. It's a cell phone tower that does not belong in the neighborhood. I'm also a school teacher. Currently, I'm a librarian. I've been with the Clark County School District for 20 years. I have worked with children from kindergarten to high school. Currently, I'm working at Sierra Vista High School. I have seen kids climb 12-foot fences. It is clearly a safety hazard, and because it sticks out like that, it's almost an open invitation. There is a patrol in Peccole Ranch, but there's one gentleman who drives around in a car, and the other one usually rides his bike. It's not 24-hour supervision around that area. Lastly, the cell phone tower. There is a cell phone tower behind a former grocery store on Fort Apache and Sahara. Those carriers could access those cell phone towers instead of having to build one in the middle of our neighborhood. I haven't had time to gather my neighbors together because I was trying to finish out the school year, but there are a number of residents who oppose this measure versus the ones who say they are for it. I wish the association would have let me know. I never knew of half of these meetings going on. There is a definite lack of communication, and I think if the association comes out and says how many are actually for it versus many of our owners, it would provide more of a quantitative amount. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Teddy Russell V, East Bonanza Road, Las Vegas. Briefly, to qualify myself, when I left AT&T in 1988, I was considered the chief problem-solving engineer. I echo and I approve, and to the best of my knowledge, the lady who preceded me was absolutely correct. I find the argument of poor service as really something that's hard for me to accept in this day and age. Also, because I have been to so many meetings, I am quite aware of the sensibilities and the aesthetic and the practical wisdom of Commissioner Wolfson. This will never fly with him as far as I'm concerned. My opinion is it should not fly, and I do recommend denial. Thank you.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. If we're going to have this in this location, why can't we have it in the school so they can get the income? If anybody in the world needs any income at the moment, it's the school. And this would generate enough revenue for one teacher. The other thing is, with all the revenue that Piccoli Ranch is going to get off this thing, and they're still too cheap to put up a block wall. I mean, that ought to tell you something about the people. Anyway, I say put it on the school property and let the school district get the revenue.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Yes, if I could. Ms. Porter, could you answer a question for me?
Yes, sir.
In your capacity as the manager of the Piccoli Ranch Homeowners Association,
Yes, sir.
did this matter go before the board and did they vote to support this project?
This matter went before the board before I became the manager of Piccoli Ranch. This matter went before the board, I believe, in October of 2008. In February of 2009, when I came on board, it went before the board again in October of 2009, and it also was discussed in community newsletters. I know of at least one that it was discussed in. It was discussed at the annual meeting, and it was discussed again. I would have to ask.
Is the question, did they vote recently or discuss this recently?
They voted the last time when this contract was signed, and I think that was in February.
And did they vote to support it?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay, that was the question.
Yes. At each one of those meetings, they voted to support it. Each time they voted.
And am I safe in assuming that any revenue that's generated by the HOA will be used to offset future increases in HOA dues?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Trowbridge, yes, that is the intent.
And how many homes are involved in the Piccoli Ranch HOA?
In Piccoli Ranch HOA, there are 2,880 homes.
Thank you.
Okay.
To staff, I have on the agenda item that there were 18 protests received, but in the summary that we normally get that updates it, 16 and 17 aren't mentioned. This little document here.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I counted just off the top of my head, I think it was 15 in opposition and maybe 1 in support in there.
Yeah, the summary is for items that were held after that we received after publication. The protests that come in before publication are part of the backup.
Okay,
in this
so
case, this item was held in advance, so we have all of those protests.
So again, I would be
as part of
safe in assuming that 18 residents that were notified opposed it, and the other 2,000 some were notified and did not object. Is that safe assumptions? How many were notified?
In terms of notification, we use a 1,000-foot notification radius, and then we also notify all homeowners associations within 1 mile of the subject site. So we did not send postcards to all of the residents of the homeowners association, but only those within the notification area, and then it would be the responsibility of the homeowners association to notify the rest of the residents.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Any other comments?
Nothing done here.
Then,
Just real quick, just looking at the backup and reading some of the backup information from the residents, it seems to be some disconnect in the communications here between the homeowners association and the residents. And so I overwhelmingly see a number of opposition here to this. So my feeling on this is I won't be able to support this until I see that more residents are in support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Truesdale?
You know, I applaud the applicant for, coming up with a pine tree and putting it next to other pine trees. Unfortunately, this pine tree is on steroids. It seems to me that we've had this in other associations in the Summerlin area and out here where we've seen clustering of palm trees that are all relatively the same height. We've also seen pine trees that are in Angel Park that are fairly, even though they're stealth, they're of a reasonable height with each other, so they look in character with that. It seems to me that this is one time in the middle of this association that once you put the equipment there, I know it's a more of a cost for a second pole, but wouldn't this make more sense at 2 60-foot poles, and you'd still get 4 carriers? I mean, because we could make it 200 feet and we could have every carrier in the country on here. We see a lot of applications coming through the city and throughout the valley right now for huge growth in cell towers, and I think some of the installations we have one later on the agenda that the applicants have really kind of solved the visual impact issues as much as they can in certain areas. For staff, I was out on Rampart Boulevard earlier today, and there's some light poles that now have either new communication hubs on them. I challenge anybody in this room to find them along Summerlin, and if those are cell industry antennas, we shouldn't have this discussion again. I mean, the technology is there. The income should be there for the community that allows them to rent property in the association. That helps the association, or helps the park, or it helps whoever is bright enough to enter into an agreement with these people. And it seems like the school district is not the sharpest one in the drawer here. They don't seem to want any revenue except what comes from the legislature. So I'd really like to see the applicant try to craft this as a better solution within this neighborhood. If you go to the front gate of, what is it? We were just out there. We approved some palm trees at the entrance of Sun City, Summerlin. Again, there's 4 antennas, different poles stuck in the middle of this palm grove. You, as a citizen or resident, you can't find it. They truly are hidden, and which is what these things should be. They're part of our community. So I have some concerns with this one, but I'll see how the rest of the commission goes.
Commissioner Trowbridge, did you want to move to a vote, or are there further
No,
discussion?
I'm ready to move to vote, but I want to tell you what my thinking is at this point. I'm very sympathetic to the interests of the HOA to generate revenue that's going to help offset any future increases to the dues that the residents in the entire Pecola Ranch area aren't going to appreciate no matter what. No HOA wants to increase the fees, and any opportunity that they may have to delay or offset increased fees are a welcome addition. I happen to drive by that area quite frequently, and I know that there is certainly a dead zone there. And I'm not going to tell you the exact name of the three initialed company that I have my cell phone through, but I don't think it falls in the category of inferior service. It's fairly popular in the valley. But having said that, I have to share the concerns with having an 85-foot pole when 260s would technically meet the needs and, quite frankly, generate the same revenue. And so, based upon that, plus the consideration that we voted this down in March, the Planning Commission voted no on this particular item in March, if I'm not mistaken, and then we also held it in abeyance so that we could get a rendering of what do you call it, a photo simulation is, I guess, the term. And the photo simulation didn't particularly turn me on, and I just share the skepticism of the 85-foot mono stealth pine being anything other than a big, tall, ugly. And based upon those comments, if there's no further discussions, I would simply offer the opportunity to have this redrawn and reconsidered as a two-pole proposal at maybe 60 feet, or simply I'm ready to make a motion to deny the request as presented. Seeing no one jumping up saying, let's withdraw this baby, I'm making the motion to deny the request on variance 41-297.
We have a motion for denial. A yes vote is for the denial of the variance. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. And that motion for denial has been approved with Commissioner Moody abstaining. Mr. Director.
And in regards to item number 17, special use permit 41-297, make a motion for denial, but before I push the button, in regards to item 16 with the height of the fence, I did not particularly have an objection for that in and of itself. A wall would be more attractive, but I see where it is the suggested remedy is consistent with the tennis court fencing, so it would look like an extension of the tennis court rather than a new block wall sticking up there. So my vote on denying request for the fence is not based upon the fence itself. It's based upon, I want to see the two come back together. So in item number 17, special use permit 41-296, make a motion for denial.
We have a motion for denial for the special use permit. A yea vote is for the denial. Please cast your vote. And that motion for denial has passed. Again, if the clerk would note the abstention of Commissioner Moody.
And these items will go forward to the July 20th City Council meeting.
Thank you. We move forward to agenda item number 22, and that's RQR 41171. The applicant and the owner are Fisher Brothers Las Vegas, LLC, which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2900 Cirrus Avenue in Ward 1, and I believe the staff recommendation has been modified and it is now for approval. So if we could get a report, please.
Excuse me, Chairman, I'm going to have to abstain on this due to the fact that they're advertising a company that my son works for and collects a paycheck from, so I'll be abstaining on this item.
Note the abstention of Commissioner Quinn. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, this is the fourth required review of the subject sign. Conditions in the area have not changed significantly since the last review. There was an issue noted in the staff report regarding the size of one of the sign faces. However, this issue has been corrected by the applicant and verified by staff via a field check on June 6th. As the sign is now in compliance with Title 19, the approved special use permit and is being maintained in good condition. Staff is changing its recommendation to approval. Please note that there are updated photos from staff's field check in your supplemental packet.
Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant, and they're recommending approval, did you agree with the recommendation for approval and all the conditions?
Yes, Commissioner. Lucas Tucker, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. And we did provide our own pictures, but these ones, I believe, accurately reflect the correction, and we do agree with all conditions and respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Would the member of the public please come forward?
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Is this the same property that had that concertina wire along the railroad track that had all the bags and stuff hanging from it? It's not?
I guess it's not. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Members of the commission? Discussion or move for a motion? Or move for a vote, rather?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll follow staff's recommendation for approval.
We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 22. Please cast your vote.
Staff did recommend approval, right?
Yes. And that has been approved with the abstention of Commissioner Quinn. And if we can have a post comment from Vice Chairman Trowbridge.
I understand and appreciate Commissioner Quinn's willingness to abstain based on an overabundance of concern for a potential conflict of interest, but in not relating to this particular company. But a question for the city attorney is that these off-premise signs are apt to change who they advertise for at any given time. And all of us have potential business relationship with different companies that may or may not elect to advertise at this sign or any one of many that are in the valley. And I comment about the overabundance of caution, but sometimes there's an overabundance. And I wonder if we aren't getting into that area with these signs that anybody in the world could be advertising on any given time.
That sounds more like a rhetorical question, but
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. Would you like me to opine on that? I guess what you're saying is when it comes to abstentions and disclosures, sometimes appointed and elected officials make certain judgments about abstentions and disclosures, and it's your observation that sometimes elected officials or appointed officials may be too careful from time to time. And I guess my comment would be the Ethics Commission has been cautious about the same thing. The Ethics Commission does indicate from time to time that it is an elected officials and appointed officials' job to vote on matters, and they should vote when they can. Now, I will say this, however, it's up to each person, elected or appointed, to judge when they think that their independence of judgment is affected. And in one case, you may think that your independence of judgment is not affected, when in another case, another person might think it is. The standard is would a reasonable person think so, and that is up for debate from time to time.
And that may be something that we would want to discuss in a workshop at some point or further clarification, but I appreciate the clarification as well. Generally speaking, I would think that Southern Nevada hasn't had an abundance of ethics over the course of our history, so an abundance of caution isn't always a bad thing.
I won't comment on that, but thank you, Commissioners, for your time. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, this item goes forward to the City Council on July the 20th.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 23, SUP 41278, the applicant and the owner, Brian Albizier, A-L-B-I-S-E-R, for a bail bond service use at 1201 Stewart Avenue, Suite number 2 in Ward 5. And I believe this was obeyed from a previous meeting. The staff is recommending denial, and if we could get the report from the staff, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is proposing to operate a 1,000 square foot bail bond service at the subject location. Currently, the site is vacant. The proposed bail bond service, staff finds, is not compatible nor harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses, as this service is better located near the Regional Justice Center, Federal Courthouse, and jail facility. As such, staff recommends denial of this request.
Thank you. And the applicant, if you could state your name and address for the record and reasons why you believe this is an appropriate special use permit.
Yeah, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brian Albeezer. I reside at 805 Shetland Road in Las Vegas. Excuse me. Sorry. And this is the owner of the business.
My name is Jackson Hamilton. I reside at 267 Buckskin Street in Henderson, Nevada. I own a couple of bail bond companies here in town.
At last month's meeting, it was I acknowledged at that time that the agenda item suggested I was both the landlord and the business owner. The city planning department at that time suggested that was a result of my submittal. Thank God for Commissioner Trowbridge's due diligence, wherein he identified that I had stated in a letter in my submittal that I was grateful to have a prospective tenant, in this case innocent bail bonds persons. Further, the city planning department suggested that the reason for the denial was that it was incompatible with the residential area. I've been out of town for the last month, but got back that last evening. And today I took the opportunity to drive my own area wherein the center lies, and to the best that I could ascertain, there isn't a single family residence within 800 feet of the shopping center within which innocent bail bonds persons will reside and that I own. Further, across the street from me is a presently vacant, to the best that I can ascertain, shopping center similar to the one that I have. Caddy corner from me is a trailer park. Across the street from me is a large rig driver training school, and on the premises they have their large rigs. So I don't know their definition of incompatible, but it's a stretch at best, and so that's where I.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on the matter, please come forward.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This is my neighborhood. I live there. I agree with the staff. The other thing is, if this landlord is so conscientious about our neighborhood, why doesn't he do the landscaping? Drive by and look at the landscape. Better, lack of landscaping. There's nothing out there. There's not even a weed that grows out there anymore. It's so dry. I mean, these landlords do not live there. I do. I do.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak on this matter? I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners? Commissioner Williams?
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Farlow. I was thinking the same thing when I rode around there today. I was almost tempted to go ahead and approve this and put it on a 6-month review, but toying with that decision again, I drove by there prior to, and I think that if this shopping center were in some regards presentable to some prospective businesses, you may see a number of folks that may want to come, but sometimes the appearance may be what's driving them away, as opposed to what we all say now is the economic climate and folks not being able to do business. I think there's a lot of people out there because with this economic climate, it does afford some people who probably couldn't ever dream of being business to be in business. So I think a little more sprucing up around the exterior of the shopping center would make it more attractive to applicants. But at this particular time, I will be following staff's recommendation in denying that application.
Any further comments from members of the commission? Ready for a vote?
Mr. Chairman, that is in the form of a motion.
So the motion would be for denial following the recommendation of the staff. That's the motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. A yes vote is for the denial. And that item has been denied.
And this item will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Thank you very much. We move forward to agenda item number 24. That is a special use permit 41289. The applicant is Czech City, the owner ALECO Enterprises, Inc., and it's to allow 24-hour operation for an existing auto title loan establishment and financial institution specified where hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. are permitted at 631 North Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3. And if we could hear from the staff, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff is recommending denial of this application because the proposed use cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding land uses, as evident by the request for extended hours of operation. If this request is denied, the existing auto title loan and financial institution specified hours of operation will remain from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. If approved, staff has an additional condition to add, and it reads as such. A waiver is granted to allow hours of operation to be 24 hours per day.
Thank you very much. And we could hear from the applicant, Mr. Brown.
Good evening.
Stewart.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me this evening is Lucy Stewart. This application is a request for approval of a special use permit to extend the hours of operation, as you heard, to 24 hours at an existing auto loan and financial institution. The applicant has been in operation for 24 hours a day for many years and merely desires to continue operating as such, and we don't want to have to terminate about 4 or 5 employees, which were denied this evening. There's a money tree, I might add, close to this location that continues to be open on a 24-hour basis as well. I'll turn the microphone over to Ms. Stewart, and she can explain the circumstances that have occurred that have brought us here today.
Good evening, Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane, representing the applicant with Mr. Brown. And what happened was the Czech City was in business, I think, at least 10 or 11 years ago, prior to the city adopting any ordinances regulating times, hours of operations, and requiring a use permit. 4 years ago, Czech City decided to clean up their building. The building that had been there before was like their older prototype, and I think they revamped what it looks like, add some stonework, makes it look a lot more contemporary, and expanded the square footage of the building. And I think you all would agree that it looks better looking. In fact, I can show you a picture of what it. Well, you can see the stonework and just nicer roof line and all that. Honestly, at the time when I came through and we decided to do the expansion, and staff said, well, you need to do a site development review because you're changing the appearance, and you also need to get a use permit because you don't meet all the separation requirements. So I applied for that. At the time, honestly, I didn't even think to ask, what are your hours of operation? And I think had I even asked that question, we would have come forward and said, asked just to maintain the same hours of operation, which are 24 hours of operation, but improve the appearance of the building. We didn't, but I didn't know and the client didn't know, so they've been operating as 24 hours all this time. So, I know that it appears as if it's not compatible with the adjacent uses, but honestly, nobody knew it was 24 hours except probably their clients that come there, because there hadn't been any complaints. What happened was code enforcement went out and sort of targeted this business for their signage. And when they came to this and said the sign said 24 hours, they went, oh, yikes, you can't do that either. So, all they're asking to do is just really continue doing what they're doing. I don't think they have any impact on the adjacent properties or owners or any of the businesses at all, and so we would ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. If any members of the public wish to speak? Teddy, you have to move a little quicker here.
I'm an old man. Have mercy. Teddy Russell LaPiff, resident of Las Vegas. I understand due to a quirk of timing, this and that, that the 24 hours was not according to code enforcement. Also, with an eye to Councilman Reese, I know that he tends to be incensed when somebody has operated in a way that they are really not legally mandated to. It means, to me, it's a coin toss to recommend approval or denial. For the sake of business and the clients, and because they have upgraded their operation, I recommend approval.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Brown or Ms. Stewart, anything further you wanted to say? No. Members of the commission?
If I may, please. I was a little bit concerned about the 24-hour thing, and then I read further that it had been operating like that for, I believe, 7 or 9 years. So I do what Mr. Brown loves the best, and I went to my little crime blotter. And in the last 15 days, there's been 2 assault and batteries, 2 burglaries, 1 fight, and 10 other things. So obviously nothing is going on inappropriately in that parking lot, day or night. So you will see my approval on this. Thank you.
Anyone motion, Mr.
There's no further discussion. I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay. In regards to special use permit 41289, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Motion for approval. Yes vote would be for approval. Please cast your vote. And that has been approved. And just before, for clarification, Commissioner Quinn, what you were reading was for a general area, or?
I did a quarter of a mile the last 15 days. I'm sorry, I did a quarter of a mile within the area for the prior 15 days of this meeting, and there was just nothing going wrong.
So none of that occurred on this property, correct?
No. So what you're saying is there was no crime reports for the area?
None.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Mr. Chairman, this item goes forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Okay, we move to agenda item number 25, SUP 41299, the applicant T-Mobile, the owner Adamerica Inc., for proposed 80-foot-high wireless communication facility, non-stealth design monopole at 2400 Highland Drive in Ward 3. The staff is recommending approval. Can we have a brief report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the plans for this application have been modified since publication. The plans revised to depict a 75-foot tall monopole design with the antenna located within the pole. The site is located in an industrial area adjacent to I-15. The proposed facility will accommodate up to 4 carriers. The proposal can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding land uses, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant, please.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. This application was before you guys 1 month ago, and we had held it due to some concerns about PhotoSim had not been submitted with the application. We took that opportunity to address some other concerns as well. I took the time to discuss this with Commissioner Truesdale, and we did, I apologize, my name is Damian Huggard, 8905 West Post Road. We did take the time to address some of the concerns that were brought up at the meeting. We have modified the design to be a canister type tower, so the antennas are located internally instead of externally. We also lowered the overall height 5 feet in order to try to address some of the aesthetics concerns and make it less apparent to the average passerby. And with that, I can answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you. This was advertised as a public hearing. Did anyone want to say anything? Please come forward.
Resident of Las Vegas East Bonanza Road, heartily recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing. Members of the commission?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the applicant listening to some of the concerns and comments. If you compare what's before us tonight against the photo simulation that came in late, it's very hard to find this in the, low sky when you're coming over to Sahara, coming along that area. And since I believe there's probably going to be more along this corridor because of the freeway, I think the applicant's done a good job, and I will make a motion for approval if there are no other comments.
Could I just make one quick comment? Recently, a constituent called me about a T-Mobile tower over on Sahara and Arville, where the flag was completely, just kind of all ripped up and stuff. And so I just called the 800 number, and within 10 minutes, someone called me back. And in 3 days or so, maybe 4, there was a new flag there. So I think you guys are doing a great job, and I really appreciate you standing behind your word. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. A yes motion is for approval. And that passes.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
And this item will go before City Council on July the 20th.
We move on to agenda item number 27, Site Development Review 41037. The applicant and the owner is Gareth Spicer. It's for an office other than listed to eliminate landscaping in the right-of-way along the west perimeter on 0.15 acre at 708 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. And the staff recommends denial. If we could have a report, please.
Mr. Chairman, a waiver was previously approved through Site Plan Review 35518, which allowed a 10-foot wide west perimeter buffer with a 5-foot wide landscape planter strip behind the curb in the right-of-way along Jones Boulevard. The proposed removal of the landscape strip along Jones Boulevard is not consistent with the landscape standards of Title 19, which require a 15-foot landscape buffer adjacent to rights-of-way. As such, staff recommends denial of this request. If this request is denied, the subject site is subject to the approval of the original site plan review.
Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant, please.
Good evening, Chairman and the Commissioners. My name is Gareth Spicer, 708 South Jones Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107. If you can see here, the issue is the landscape that's in the right-of-way. What my position is all the way along Jones from my property northbound. Every property which was previously zoned R1, now converted to PR1, have been able to put concrete in their right-of-way. I am the only property that's been denied, and I have pictures showing that every single property northbound of mine all the way up to the 95 have concrete in the right-of-way, and staff want me to put landscape in the right-of-way there. But I just want to stay consistent with what is all the way along Jones, and that is concrete.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Were you going to say something, sir?
Yeah, my name is Josh Chesnick, 7958 Wishing Well Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89123, a licensed architect representing my client here, Mr. Spicer. He pretty much described the situation. There's a small portion of landscape buffer that I believe you can see the photograph at this point. I believe this is a better view here showing the portion that we wish to be waived and paved in concrete, consistent with the rest of the concrete sidewalk between Charleston and US 95.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I oppose this because it looks like crap. A few weeks ago, if you remember when we were talking about a church, a River Life Church, I believe, I mentioned that a few blocks away from that, there was a rebel station that had the best way I could describe it is a flower fountain where their great sign is. I see that they have a sign there, and I see that there's nothing but bare dirt under that sign. Why can't these people go out and look at that rebel station out there and come up with something better than this? Because this just, all I see here is just hot, empty concrete. And it can be worked out.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to respond to that.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Anyone else wish to speak from the public? All right, we'll close the public hearing and you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The project is incomplete, and we have plans that we've submitted to the city and have been approved to put landscape all the way around that sign. And the areas that are dirt on that property right now, I'm going to show a few more photographs. We're going to be 12% landscape. The other properties were measured that were northbound of me, and they came in at about 6 to 8% landscape. I'm going to be 12% landscape. So that's why I'd like to concrete that. I'm not a person that loves. I don't want to live in a concrete city, but this area is the same. Once I concrete it, hopefully with your approval, will be the same as every other property that have concrete in their right-of-way. And like I said, I already have plans for the city, and it has been approved to get landscape throughout my property on all sides. I'd like to just quickly, without taking too much time, show the other properties. Should I turn that? Yeah. This is my neighbor, 700 South Jones. This is my neighbor, and he has no landscaping whatsoever.
Are you attempting to show that the other people, their properties are deficient as well?
Absolutely, sir. I'm going to come in at 12%. He is about 3% landscape. I'm going to come in at the highest between Charleston and Alta. When my project is finished, I'm going to have the highest landscape. The highest right now is 8%. My plans that were submitted to the city are 12.3% landscape. And it is dirt right now because the project, it is incomplete.
We're simply asking for that 5 feet in the right-of-way to be concrete.
And then I will finish the landscape. But right now, because of this situation, I have to have my driveway redone. And when they redo my driveway, I'd like to see them concrete that area just on Jones. It's a really small, simple issue. I'd like to get permission from the city to just concrete that, and then I'll move forward and finish my landscape. I've already spent a lot of money to concrete what was asphalt originally. This is what my property looked like in 2006. It's gone from this to, I've spent an enormous amounts of money upgrading my property. I put concrete front and back, and I striped it upon the request of the city to put concrete front and back, and also put stripes in for the parking lot. I put it front and also the rear. That was dirt in the rear originally, and I had type 2 mesh concrete put in, which is not cheap, to improve the appearance of the building. So it's moving forward, and like I said, I'd like approval on this, and then, the landscape's going to go in there regardless, but this is the one thing, the one piece that I'd like to get approval on, and it's consistent with what everybody else is doing on Jones.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioners?
If I could, if we could go back to the photographs, that's the one. How can we be assured that this green space that we're seeing there is what we're going to wind up with? Is that your commitment at this point?
Yeah, it's in the plans, sir. It's in the plans that was submitted.
I don't think they're in what we're seeing here. Mr.
No, the landscape plan here, one of the conditions of, if approved, is conformance to this landscape plan.
Okay, and this will be conformed with prior to the issuance of a
certificate of occupancy.
Correct. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, what we have right now in those areas is we did the concrete, and then we left those areas that are green for the landscape. There is dirt in there right now, and there will be landscape to finish.
As long as we get the green in and it's maintained.
I'm a
for the
strong
duration.
believer in landscape.
You
I've been a
betcha.
resident for 29 years, and I love where I live, and absolutely, I spent a lot of money to concrete that front and back, and I'm not going to stop now.
Thank you.
It's going to be beautiful.
Thank you.
If I may.
Ms. Quinn?
I've spent a lot of time with Mr. Gareth over the last 3 to 6 months, and what we have here is a man of his word. And I say that because in the beginning we had a building that was the most royal blue you've ever seen in your life, and a commissioner asked him to paint it to the earth tones, and within a week or two he complied, he followed through, and he did it. Last week, without him knowing, I parked my car in his driveway, and I walked from Jones going north over to Alta. Every property that has been remodeled or redone or turned into an office has concrete. Every house that is sitting there that has not been redone, that has the dead grass or whatever it was supposed to be that should be maintained by the city, looks completely terrible. So we're going to put this to bed tonight, and this is how I feel. I want you two, and you and I've agreed with this, and I've talked with staff, and I think we're in agreement. Am I right, Mr. Rankin? What my thought is that you're going to cement the piece that's in question that you were also asked to buy an insurance policy for in case if somebody trips over something that you don't even want to put in because it's not really your property, it's the city.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Ludicrous.
ma'am.
The second thing is, underneath that sign of yours, there's something called
Commissioner, if you would, currently I believe the plant palette calls for a phototinea shrub to be placed under the signage, and staff feels as though hawthorn might be a more appropriate shrub for that location. It'll grow better. Phototinea needs organic mulch to do well, and also larger areas.
and it's also more drought resistant. And then, what did we decide, Mr. Rankin, about the trees down the side? Or did we decide that was fine?
I think from our discussion that the change in plant species from the phototinea there around the signage to require 5-gallon hawthorns would be more appropriate along the signage.
Okay, so we're going to get some 5-gallon plants down the south side, correct, sir?
It would be along the west side underneath the signage.
Okay, underneath the west side, underneath the signage, we're going to concrete the piece that's been in question now for as long as I've known you, 2 years. And then at the end of the day, you're going to have a beautiful building. You're going to keep it the earth tone to keep the rest of the commissioners happy. And tonight's the night we say go to bed.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I hope that I'd like to have an administrative review.
Commissioner Quinn, we can't do an administrative review on a site development review.
All right, what do we do?
Nothing. We just
Okay.
have to trust the guy.
I trust the guy. So
I'll do it.
I know you'll do it. So in a couple months, September, I'll come by, and I'll look around, and I, like I said, I saw you take a blue building and turn it beige overnight. But to keep holding you up like this is holding your business up. To keep holding your business up is just unfortunate for you. So with those recommendations, I want to follow my recommendation for approval, that you're going to cement in that area in question, and you're going to landscape beautifully underneath your tree. But most importantly, remember what you promised me. You're going to stripe the parking
That's
lot.
done already.
You're going to give me one handicap parking space, right? Because there's not that much room, and we're going to call it a day.
And Commissioner, with the added condition that the phototinea would be replaced with hawthorn.
Yes, with the Phototenia replaced with the Hawthorne, which is not that much, it's not even more money, it probably is even less money. So, did you get that, sir, Mr. Architect? Okay,
absolutely.
so how do you feel about that?
I agree.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, with all those
I
recommendations.
think there's other comments before you make a motion.
Okay, fine.
Nope, I just concur. I know we've been dealing with the gentleman. I know for 5 years I've been on the board, and every time I go out to Mr. Spicer's property, he does exactly what he says. So I hope we can put this to bed. Other than, as I teased him the last time, I think after we approve this, why don't you go ahead and apply to turn the house back blue? See how that goes.
No, I think this is done. And Commissioner Quinn, you asked me to strike the parking lot, and it's already done. I've got
Yes.
a picture here, if you can turn it on.
We don't need to see it.
I believe you.
There it is.
So,
You can barely see it, but it's the handicapped parking stripe.
You got my
sign
little
is there.
handicap spot there.
Yep, it is.
Okay.
Already done, per your request.
So with that, I would like to make a motion for approval with the inclusive new changes and for abeyance SDR 41037, and I hope this is the it.
Me too.
Okay, we have a motion for approval, and I'll ask Mr. Rankin if you want to, is there any articulation you need to make on the,
I think for the condition of approval, it would read, just add an additional one that plant materials shall be, the Phototenia shall be replaced by 5-gallon Hawthorns.
okay. So we have a motion on the floor with a modified condition. Please cast your vote. And that passes.
Thank you, ladies
Thank you.
and gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, this item goes forward to City Council on July the 20th.
And just an editorial comment, it sounds like the gentleman that you did your due diligence and ultimately this worked out. But as a general rule, having sat up here for 10 years, I'm ashamed of Jones and what's occurred down there. And I would agree with Mr. Farlow. We have some very ugly buildings that probably would have been better served with other purposes. So appreciate what you are doing. It's not enough in my opinion, but appreciate the effort. Thank you. Agenda item number 28, and that's Site Development Review 41271, the applicant and the owner, Nevada State Bank, for proposed parking lot with waivers to the downtown Centennial Plan streetscape and parking lot landscape requirements at 201 South 4th Street and 200 Las Vegas Boulevard South in Ward 3. The staff is recommending denial. Miss Stephanie, staff report. If we can, Mr. Rankin, have a staff report, please.
The applicant is requesting waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan streetscape and parking lot standards. The downtown Centennial Plan does permit temporary parking lots for up to 36 months. However, there is a requirement that all streetscape amenities are required to be installed. If approved as proposed without the required streetscape improvements, the development would have a long-term negative effect on the National Downtown Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway and the Central Casino Core District. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this application. If denied, the site could not be utilized until another site plan review was submitted and approved.
Mr. Rankin,
Staff recommends denial. I'm sorry.
I was going to say I'll be quick.
Thank you very much. Can you state your name and address for the record and present your case, please?
Yes, thank
Stephanie
you.
Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 8345 West Sunset Road, here on behalf of the applicant, Nevada State Bank.
That's in Henderson, isn't it?
No, it's actually on the curve.
Okay.
If I could direct your attention to the overhead. This site is located at the southeast corner. It's these two properties right here, southeast corner of Carson and 4th Street downtown. On the aerial there looks like there's two existing buildings there, but actually Nevada State Bank acquired this property through foreclosure They were vacant buildings that had asbestos problems, so recently they demolished both of those buildings. As part of the demolition work that they had done by Collins Development, they also had it paved and striped, and then subsequently found out that they needed a site plan review approval and use permit to do a parking lot, obviously, on the property. So that's why we're here tonight. Basically, until the market recovers and they're able to actually sell this property, they thought for dust mitigation purposes, why don't they just go ahead and pave it? So they had Collins Development do that. They believe that instead of leaving the site vacant, that why don't they utilize it as a parking lot and maybe alleviate some of the parking problems that are downtown. They've been approached by, I believe, A-List Parking is the group that does the Fremont Street parking. It's the vendor that has the booth at the parking lots. They've been approached by them to do a parking lot on this property. It would be $3 a day to park on the property, and the profits would be shared equally between A-List, the vendor, and Nevada State Bank. This is by no means a money-making scenario for the bank. It's simply to do something with the property until the property recovers and they're able to actually sell it. As part of the application, we do have a waiver request of the downtown Centennial requirements. We have revised our site plan slightly to add some landscaping and make it a little bit more aesthetically pleasing to the downtown area, but we still do require the waiver of the downtown Centennial requirements. The reason we're asking for that waiver is this is temporary in nature. They don't intend to keep this a parking lot. Hopefully it'll just be a few years that they'll have this as a parking lot, and then you'll have someone come in and buy and eventually develop this and comply with the downtown Centennial standards and requirements. The changes that have been made to the site plan are additional landscaping along Carson Avenue. We're proposing 13 24-inch box ash trees along Carson Avenue. Additionally, along Las Vegas Boulevard, we've added 4 proposed 25-foot Mexican palm trees, and then there's 7 existing trees along 4th Street. So the site would be landscaped around the perimeter. There also will be the required green fencing that's part of the downtown Centennial plan. Here's just a little section to show you that'll surround the site as well. So it'll be aesthetically pleasing. It won't comply with all of the standards, but we hope because this is temporary in nature that the commission will still consider it. We are willing to accept a condition for a review if the commission wants us to come back periodically to show you how the site looks and give you a status on where we're at as far as the temporary parking lot. We're happy to agree to that condition. We've also heard some suggestions that maybe the trees should be larger, 36-inch box trees, and maybe different types of palm trees along Las Vegas Boulevard. Our client hasn't yet been able to cost that out, but if that's the commission's desire, then we will accept those conditions this evening. The big reason why we can't comply with the overall downtown Centennial plan is it's cost prohibitive. They've already put a lot of money into demolishing it, cleaning up the site, paving the site. To then comply with all of those standards on a temporary basis would be cost prohibitive for the bank. So that's why we're before you with the waiver request. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'd ask that you support the application.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Please come forward and speak.
Good evening. Teddy Russell, the 5th resident of Las Vegas. Very briefly, because it's on the record, with regards to my inability to sprint up here, I died of a heart attack on Christmas when Las Vegas Fire and Rescue came to my apartment. I had no pulse or respiration. This is rather amazing to me. Because it's Nevada State Bank, which is quite wealthy, quite long-term Nevada, that they would just throw up all this paving and then say, we will do this, we will do that, we will do this. I just find it inconceivable that they could be so, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to aim this personally, so ignorant of the way we do business in downtown Las Vegas. Councilman Reese is going to be incensed by this. I recommend denial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, where I agree that those previous buildings need to be torn down. I have little sympathy on banks either. My main concern is that parking lots create heat sinks. And if you're downtown, I mean, we've got to do something. We're trying to get the people to move back downtown. And we're doing a great job of, we've had some people that put in enormous amounts of money and took enormous risk to put in the lofts building that we had. And I would like to know, number one, how long they expect this to be vacant, and if they can do anything else to mitigate the heat sink problem. By the way, that ring blinded me when she was pointing this thing out.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? We'll close the public hearing. Members of the commission? Any comments?
Yes, if I could, everyone agrees that the two buildings needed to be removed, and no one appreciates the bank jumping the gun and building the parking lots. Having said that, we also are all very well aware of the demand for additional parking in the downtown area, and the use of what otherwise would be dirt fields for a needed parking spot is a good alternative. I do have, because of the temporary nature of undetermined length, I don't think it's inappropriate to request that we increase the size of those 13-inch or 13 box ash trees that are going to be put in, increase them from 24 to 36 inch. The increased cost, frankly, is insignificant, and it increases it'll decrease the length of time by about 3-4 years where they will be able to cast a shadow, which should help with the heat problem that the asphalt does create. And so if there's no further discussion on the matter,
I do have.
You have some?
Comment,
Okay,
yes.
I'll stop then.
Yes, and I would agree, the 24-inch box on the ash versus the 36. The 36 would give us numerous years of growth versus that. And the real cost, I'm assuming, are in the excavation and the irrigation setup, not in the size of the tree. But beyond that, I do object to the Mexican fan palm versus the date palm. I realize that the date palm is more expensive, but it is consistent with what we have down there, and I don't think it's a legal basis for hardship to say this costs too much money and therefore we don't want to do it. At the end of the day, our goal and our role is to ensure that the city looks better. But that having been said, I do have a concern, and maybe the staff can help me with this. I note that the date palms or the Mexican fan palms, which provide no real shade canopy, are on the Las Vegas Boulevard side, I believe. Is that consistent with the Centennial Plan? And the reason I ask is because much of what we want to achieve is pedestrian movement. We want people to get out of their cars, and we want them to walk from the bank building there and park their car for $3 or whatever and walk over to the Hennessy's or the Downtown Cocktail Room or the Golden Nugget or wherever. And that can't really be achieved in a couple of weeks from now when it's 118 degrees. The whole idea is a shade canopy. But I guess my question for the staff, and I'm not sure you'd be prepared to answer this, what kind of consistency do we have? Because I know that certain stretches we have, I think there's a species of trees, but by the way, it doesn't grow particularly well. And then we have the Mexican fan palms, which don't provide any canopy, and then we have the date palms. So can someone answer, Mr. Flynn, maybe you can?
I would be happy to answer that question.
Thank you.
When the Centennial Plan was first adopted back in 2000, the original street tree plan was to have palm trees, the date palm trees, on the north-south streets, and then to have shade trees on the east-west streets. Over the years, as we've seen properties redevelop, as we've implemented the streetscape, we've made slight tweaks, if you will, to the streetscape requirements in the downtown Centennial Plan area. Currently, the plan as written has eliminated to a certain degree the palm trees on the north-south streets, so that there's only select north-south streets that will have the palm trees on them, and then the rest will have the shade trees. We've gotten more specific in terms of the shade trees that are permitted by the Centennial Plan, looking at varieties that thrive in the downtown area versus those that we've learned from experience haven't. And so we have refined the Centennial Plan over the years, and so there is some changes that have occurred since it was originally adopted back in 2000. But you are correct, that is the intent, is that we are trying to provide a canopy for our pedestrians to encourage pedestrian activity in the downtown area.
So would it be fair to say that the date palms, if approved, would be fine on the Las Vegas Boulevard portion, and that the 36-inch box on the ash would be fine on those streets that are running in the opposite direction?
Certainly that would be an improvement over what was originally submitted.
Ms. Allen, would your client consider the date palm versus the Mexican fan?
We'll agree to both those conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. Then this will see my support.
Mr. Chairman, staff...
Mr.
Chairman, staff is looking for a clarification. The applicant didn't request a temporary parking lot, but mentioned that in her presentation. The question is this going to be a 36-month temporary parking lot per the Downtown Centennial Plan, or will this be more permanent?
We've applied for a special use permit for a parking lot. The intent is that it's temporary. Now, whether that's 36 months or longer, I can't tell you. They're relying on the market and hoping to sell this property as soon as possible.
The request is not for a temporary parking lot. It was a temporary solution. So, because the Downtown Centennial Plan, Mr. Chairman, does have a temporary parking lot that's good for 36 months, at which time the parking lot has to go away or somehow make another site plan review. I think the applicant is asking for a permanent parking lot that might go away sometime in the future.
Yes, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll entertain a motion. I'm assuming this is permanent to the extent that the bank can get some money out of it.
Mr. Chairman,
Permanent until they sell it, I guess.
I would move to approve this item, this parking lot with its landscaping solution and the fence. I'm not doing this as a reward to the applicant. I think everybody will acknowledge there were mistakes made on this process. But at this point in time, I think this does provide a good solution considering where we're at today, and realizing that any future development will have to come in and meet all of our standards under whatever site plans come in at that point in time. So based on the amended conditions spelling out the individual trees at each spot, I'll move for approval.
If you would, Mr. Chairman, we could try and craft the condition here to help clarify for everybody's use. 36-inch box trees will be required along Carson and along Las Vegas Boulevard. Date palms shall be required per the Downtown Centennial Plan.
That'll be my motion.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. I believe Ms. Allen has said that she concurs with the conditions.
Yes.
A yes vote is for approval, and please cast your vote. And that has been approved.
Thank you very much.
And this item will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We move on to the next, I believe, and maybe the director or Mr. Rankin, you can help me. The next two items are related, but I believe the following two items are related as well. Shall we open them all up at one time?
I believe that we'll need to consider them separately.
Okay, very well. The item number 29 is ZON 41044. The applicant and the owner is Daniel Ross, and it's from R3 medium density residential to PO professional office at 424 South 7th Street in Ward 3. The staff recommends approval. Related item is agenda item number 30, site development review 41045. The applicant and the owner, this is the same, Daniel Ross, for a covered parking lot with waivers to allow an 11-foot wide landscape buffer along the east perimeter where 15 feet is required, a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the west perimeter where 8 feet is required, and a 3-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter where 5 feet is required at 424 South 7th Street in Ward 3. And again, the staff is recommending approval. And then we'll open the other two items up at the conclusion of this. So if we get a staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, these requests would rezone the property for commercial uses and allow for the construction of a 25-space surface parking lot. The requested zoning is consistent with the existing land use designation. The requested waivers are supported as the narrow lot does not provide enough width to accommodate adequate landscape buffers and parking aisle depth. The provided landscaping is of sufficient amount and placement to remain consistent with nearby development. Staff is recommending approval.
Thank you very much.
Again,
the applicant?
For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applications of items 29, 30, 31, and 32. With me is the applicant's architect, Scott Brown, and this gentleman here, Daniel Ross?
Yes.
Daniel Ross. He owns the property we're talking about on 29 and 30. Okay? In deference to Mr. Fagg, I'll be glad to do it 29 and 30, but if we don't do 30, I don't mind the vote on each one individually, but I think it'd be helpful if we talked about, again, with respect to 31 and 32, so you'll know why we need 29 and 30. That was my concern. But it's...
Would it be helpful to do the other two first and
Yes.
then these two?
I think so, if you don't mind.
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
If you're saying that the other two are related and we need to act on those first,
Please.
why don't I read those into the record and then we'll come back and do the others.
Okay.
So agenda item number 31 is variance 41054. The applicant and owner is EVA PS LLC et al. To allow 160 parking spaces where 184 spaces are required at 400 South 7th Street in Ward 3. Staff's recommended denial. And then the related item is agenda item number 32, site development review 41047, which is to eliminate one level of required parking consisting of 24 spaces from an underground garage. Staff, please.
Mr. Chairman, this request would remove a level of subterranean parking for an approved office building. No reductions in the scope of the project are proposed in conjunction with this request. Although additional parking is proposed on a nearby lot to the south, it is not owned by the applicant and is not guaranteed to be available in perpetuity. Therefore, it does not meet the requirements for off-street parking as required by Title 19. As the request is solely financial in nature, the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to reduce the parking provided for an approved project below the minimum requirements of Title 19, and staff is recommending denial. If denied, project development would have to comply with the previously approved entitlements.
Thank you very much. And now we'll do a staff report, and then we'll come back and do the other two. And then just so our camera operators know, we'll be taking a break after these items, short break. Mr. Brown?
As you recall, in December, this board, as well as the City Council, approved our request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5-story building and related variances. You see the building right there. The building is to be located at 400 South 7th Street, right across from the school. If you recall, the old Pop Squire landmark home was on this property. And because of the problems that we encountered with our soil test, with our proposed subterranean parking structure, we hit water at 10 feet. We are now asking to have our site plan review amended, and we're also asking for a variance to allow 160 parking spaces where 184 parking spaces are required. To meet that parking space requirement, and then we'll go on the other two items, we have leased property about 50 feet away, which will provide us an additional 25 parking spaces, bringing us to 185 parking spaces. But I'll pause there, and I can also have Mr. Brown, no relation, our architect, explain to you a little bit or show you what we've done by the drawing right there.
Scott Brown, Design Cell Architects.
10777 West Twain. As we proceeded with the design documents after our approval back in December, we had a geotechnical investigation done on the site in which we encountered groundwater at 10 feet below the surface. So our 2 levels of subterranean parking, which extended down to 25 feet below the surface, became a serious issue, not just financially, but geographically, as our parking garage spiraled down to the southwest corner of the property, that we encountered the worst soils on the entire property. We're in that location. So as an alternate to going that deep, we looked for other solutions on the neighboring parcels. With Mr. Ross's help, we've come up with a solution to accommodate the deficiency in 25 parking stalls on two lots over. There's a 50-foot parking lot between us, and then the Daniel Ross's piece, which is 75
Mr. Chairman,
feet.
that's where 29 and 30 come in to play.
Correct.
Items 39 and 30, because we could ask for a waiver and the variance and stop right there, but we did want to. We think we could live on with 160 spaces, and we should get the variance. But we wanted to have ample parking, and that's why the applications are in for 29 and 30. So I'll leave the direction to you and the director to how we should proceed at this point.
We'll take action on 31 and 32. This is advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak in this matter, please come forward. Mr. Farlow.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I just want to reiterate what I said before. I think this is a beautiful, beautiful building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
If there's no other comments, I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
The recommendation on 31 is denied.
Or as if approved conditions.
Okay.
Sorry.
We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 31. And just for clarification, it allows 160 where 184 are required, and then it eliminates the level of ground parking on the additional SDR, right? Okay, very good. We have a motion for approval. All in favor, please cast your vote. A yes vote is for approval. And that is approved. And the related item 32?
With regards to SDR 41054, move for approval subject to all of
41047.
Okay, 40147.
Agenda item number 32, we have a motion for approval on the site development review 41047. A yes vote is for approval. Please cast your vote.
Oh.
Cast your vote, please. And that is approved.
Those items will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Okay, now we move back to the other two related items, but separate, which I already read into the record, agenda items number 29 and 30. 29 was the zoning 41044, and then the associated site development review. And staff, can you just give us a quick analysis again, just a Cliff Note version of the recommendation for approval?
Mr. Chairman, staff is recommending approval as the property will comply with Title 19 for the most part, with some minor requests for waivers.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll need to open this up for public comment. Did anyone want to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we will open and then close the public hearing, and we'll move for a vote on these as well.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no comments, I'll make a motion for follow staff's recommendation for approval on item 29.
We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. Then that's been approved.
And I'll make a motion for approval on item 30, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
On the related item 30, we have a motion for approval. A yes vote is for approval following the recommendation of the staff. Please cast your vote. And that has been approved as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll be taking a short break. Mr. Director, do those go forward or are they final?
Sorry. Those items will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Very good. We'll be taking a short recess and we'll be back to conclude our meeting in just a few moments. Thank you.
first of all, Marty, I told my brother I'm going to send one case of champagne, which is, we have very, very expensive Delta champagne, which is $50 a piece. How much champagne does she need? Well, it's a 3 per person. I mean, so 3 people per bottle. What's that? Well, wine is the 3 per bottle. I don't know champagne, how many people go, but wine usually. Probably. Yeah. Easily. But I promise you 1 case, that's all I can give you. But then, well, you know what, we can ask him, but you know, he does very expensive stuff. And if he give us a wholesale discount, I don't know how good of a deal, how much he wants to spend. Danny? Oh, he definitely, I can talk to him, I can ask him, for sure. But Marge, the problem is the shipping. The shipping would kill the whole thing. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Well, let's calculate. Let's tell her, I'll be happy to make a phone call, no question about it. I'll call him, you know, Margie, I treated him in October, he was really knocked out, there's everything, I took him everywhere. Not champagne, wine, because champagne got only very, very expensive. Well, his retail price is $50. I don't know I don't know if he's got available, I can find out, but my point is, if you've got, and it's a $50 retail, how much could be wholesale? You should willing to pay $20
We're ready to begin. If we could have everyone take their seats, please. Thank you. And the planning director is going to make a short announcement. Mr. Fagg?
Just for the record, please note that anytime there is an appeal to any of the items that are final action here tonight, those appeals, there is an advertising fee related with that, and the appeals need to be submitted to the city clerk's office along with the required fee. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving right along with our exciting program, we go with agenda item number 33, which is a zoning matter, ZON 41606. The applicant is SDA Inc., the owner of the City of Las Vegas, and it's from C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial at the southwest corner of Clark Avenue and 6th Street in Ward 3. The staff's recommending approval of that. Related items are agenda item number 34, vacation VAC 41661, a petition to vacate a portion of public right-of-way of an alley from Clark Avenue south for 150 feet. And agenda item number 35 is the site development review 41601 for proposed 62,000 square foot office building and a 5-story parking garage with waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan to allow no facade alignment on the ground floor where 70% is required, to allow no ground floor retail for the parking garage, and to allow the main entry of the building to not be articulated in the design where required. Can we have a report from the staff, please?
Mr. Chairman, these requests are for the development of an office facility to service the Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement Agency of Southern Nevada and will complement the federal courthouse located across Clark Avenue to the north. Requirements of the federal Homeland Security standards result in the need for 3 waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan, which are supported by staff. A portion of the alley is to be vacated with access to the remaining alley provided via easements to 6th Street. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the existing land use designation and is compatible with the surrounding zoning districts. The project is in substantial compliance with the downtown Centennial Plan, and access to the public alley right-of-way will not be restricted. Therefore, staff is recommending approval. Please note that there is an additional letter of support since publication.
Thank you very much. Do we have an applicant here on this? If you please come forward. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Steve Biagiotti. My address is 160 Sinclair in Reno, Nevada, and I am the applicant. Would be happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
The staff has recommended approval of these items, and I believe there may be some conditions involved. I'm assuming you agree to all those conditions?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much. This is advertised as a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak? Please come forward.
Good evening, Board. My name is Teddy Russell Pith, resident of Las Vegas, East Bonanza Boulevard. This is an enormous blessing. It is the first major federal project we've had since the IRS building, which is a great adornment to our downtown community. It gives me great pleasure and honor to thoroughly recommend approval, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Commissioners? Any comment? Ready for a motion?
Ready to make a motion regarding item number 33, which is zoning request 41406. Make a recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. A yes vote is for the approval. And that has been approved.
In regards to item number 34, vacation 41461, make a motion for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 34. Please cast your vote. And that too is approved.
In regards to item number 35, site development review 41601, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 35. Please cast your vote. And that too is approved. Mr. Director?
These items will go forward to the City Council meeting on July the 20th.
Thank you very much. We move on to agenda item number 36, variance 41401. The applicant and the owner, FATALEVICH Family Trust, to allow a 2-foot distance separation between a proposed 1,167 square foot accessory structure Class 2 and the main dwelling, where 6 feet is required at 1900 Plantea Court in Ward 2. The staff's recommending denial. Can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has provided no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances that would substantiate the requested variance for a reduced separation between the residence and accessory structure. Storage of an RV could be accommodated on a concrete slab or at another location. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. If the applicant, can we hear from you, please?
My name is Alek Fatalovich. I'm at 1900 Plantea. And Madam Chairman, gentlemen, I appreciate giving me a chance to speak. 2 years ago, I relocated to city of Las Vegas, and I purchased the house. And one of the main interests buying this property was for me because the previous owner applied for the same or very similar, for the best of my knowledge, is a variance to build a casita in that property. And casita was approved, and the gentleman did not go through the construction due to a variety of the circumstances. When I put an offer, approaches the property, I did my due diligent work, and I actually even went to speak with, I'm not sure it was a planning department or building, but it was in a different location than it is now. And they opened a blueprint, and they told me, yes, it's approved and no problem, but if you do purchase the property, you will have to reapply. And that's what I did. A couple of years, 2 years later, 18 months later, approximately, give and take, I apply with the same variance, except I'm not looking for a casita to build. I just want to build RV storage. And the plans right here, if you'd be so kind, review, is, sorry about that. It's resemble the casita was approved previously. Basically, what I'm looking for a 2 feet setback in this area, just to get access to, there's my driveway from existing driveway, and basically that's the structural I'm planning to, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. That's the structural here. I'm planning to, with your permission, of course, to build. And that's pretty much the same size, pretty much the same setbacks, pretty much the same terms and conditions, for the best of my ability, was granted to previous owner. That's one of the reasons I bought the house. I had a meeting with every single property owner in the subdivision, and I've got their blessing, except one gentleman who promised to sign a paper, but he's out of town. All agree. Here's the picture of what will look like. This
Mr. Fetlovich,
yes.
Do you have the concurrence in writing of the neighbors immediately
Yes, sir.
surrounding your home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can
Yes,
you make
sir.
sure that's submitted to the clerk if we don't have it?
Yes, sir.
Very
Definitely.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, unless I can make some photocopies or so, but happy to, more than happy to, except one property owner who promised to support me in writing, but we have a hard time to connect. This is what will look like, and the RV storage will be tucked away and will be seen strictly if you look at straight into the, from any angle. It's not going to be seen. It's covered by the greeneries and covered completely. I'm looking for permission, and I hope you can understand I'm not applying just because I need RV storage. That was a condition I bought a house, because I was told and confirmed it's doable.
Thank you very much. Anyone wish to speak on this? Open the public hearing. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners?
No further discussion. I'm ready to make a motion regarding item number 36, variance 41401. In light of the fact that you have the support of your neighbors on this particular project,
Yes,
I
sir.
make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval. A yes vote is for approval. Cast your vote. And that has been approved. Mr. Director?
And this item will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you. Moving along to agenda item number 37, variance VAR 41486. The applicant is Eric Flo, the owner Martha G. Kent Living Trust. It's to convert an existing shipping container into an existing accessory structure, Class 2, that is not aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling unit, to allow an 11-inch side yard setback where 3 feet is required, and to allow a second accessory structure, Class 2, to have a separation distance of 1 foot from the principal dwelling unit where 6 feet is required at 4208 Carnation Lane in Ward 6. The staff is recommending denial. Can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site currently contains an existing 1,440 square foot residence, 2 unpermitted accessory structures totaling 308 square feet of building area, and a 320 square foot shipping container. Shipping containers are not permitted in residential districts unless they go through a conversion process. The container does not meet the side yard setback required for the accessory structure, and in addition, it and the 260 square foot accessory structure are within 6 feet of the primary dwelling unit. Variances are needed to allow this arrangement. The applicant has presented no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances and that would substantiate the requested variances. As such, staff recommends denial of this application. Please note we've received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you very much. The applicant?
My name is Eric Flo. I live at 4208 Carnation Lane with my wife.
You want to state why you believe this should be approved, this variance should be approved?
Yes, approximately 6 years ago, my wife purchased this home and we moved into it. At the time, there was an existing wood fence across the front of the property, which I have a picture of here. I guess you can see it, it's right here. Across the front of the property right there, which separated the front parking area from the rear covered parking and patio area. There was also an existing metal shed that was directly behind that, and a very small shed in the very back corner. Immediately thereafter, we found that the privacy issue between us and the next door neighbor on the north side was at issue because their patio and front entrance was at a higher level than ours. So I constructed a short wood fence on top of the existing block wall to add privacy to our yard. Shortly thereafter, we discovered that through conversations with the next door neighbor that she was having an extensive amount of problems with her son with felony arrest in different categories, and he was in and out of jail for several years, causing us endless grief as far as wondering if we were going to be the next victim of his problem. He eventually went to jail about a year and a half ago. She moved in her sister and brother-in-law, unbeknownst to us, both with more felony conviction problems. Shortly after they moved in, he proceeded to watch our comings and goings at a constant rate during when we were going to work and when we were coming home. And a couple of months later, I started missing my tools off of the patio area, the covered patio area that I had stored. We called and asked her about it. Of course, there was no response that there was any problem there. More tools started disappearing, and then the large metal shed that I had, we found that the back of the shed had been completely opened up with the screws, and there was a bunch of my tools missing out of there. Unfortunately, my neighbor across the street spotted his individual going over the fence with my tools. I called Metro Police. They came out, discussed it with him. He freely admitted to the fact that he had stolen my tools, had no remorse whatsoever, and his statement to me was, "You drop the charges, and I'll give you your tools back." So I said, "No, go to jail." That evening, I recovered part of the tools, but not all of them. He stayed in jail for about 5 or 6 weeks, and they let him out on his own R. And he was back spending the whole summer next door, doing the same thing he was doing before, watching our house, playing around, having a great time. And we had found at that point in time that he had multiple felony arrests for drugs and burglary charges, along with his wife, with some charges that the felony caused there. Finally, in September, on the 9th, he had his court date. I went and testified, and the judge gave him 1 to 3 years in prison and a $2,500 award to me for the lost items that I had not recovered. And immediately that day, I started receiving threatening and harassing phone calls.
Mr. Flo, I need you to focus on the land use issues. From what I'm hearing you say, you've had some problems with the son of a neighbor, and I'm assuming your testimony would be that you needed these facilities in order to secure your personal effects and tools and things of that nature.
The tools were
But
stored
we
in
don't
my-
have any authority over your neighbor's son's behavior, and what I need you to do is focus on why you think this would be aesthetically compatible, because the staff report is suggesting that, particularly in regard to the shipping container, it's not permitted and not compatible.
Right.
Okay?
The shipping container was added there for me to be able to get my tools in a secure environment, since the metal shed I had was opened up quite easily by him and the stuff was stolen out of there. Shipping container is a lot more secure. My neighbor, 3 doors down from me at the corner, has an existing shipping container that had been there many years. He had told me that code enforcement had been to his house many times and had never given him a problem as far as that shipping container being there, and that I decided at that point in time I had to do something to protect my items, because the rest of them were going to get stolen, obviously, on an ongoing basis here. So I put the shipping container in, and at that point in time I extended the fence that's on the front of the house up another 3 feet to cover up the shipping container, so it's totally concealed with a screening fence right there from the street, from anybody driving by or whatever. And also on the north side to the neighbor's house that I had the problem with, the existing wood fence covered up 99% of the metal container right there as well. The only visible part of the container that you can see is actually from my patio area, the side right there. I had it painted a light tan color so that it would be almost as visible as possible right there at that location. At the time I installed it, there was only a limited amount of space right there. I had it placed as close as I could to the wall, which in that case was about 11 inches, and there's about 2 feet between the patio cover and the Connex unit that's right there that could be moved over that amount right there. Not aware of the fact that there was a minimum of 3 feet required at the time. In addition to that, in this report right here, they stated that the metal existing shed that was already there, the 260 square foot shed, had no building permits for it, but in the report on 4/21 of 80, a building permit number 1871 was issued for a 240 square foot shed at Carnation Lane, and it was final on 7/23 of 80. So there was incorrect information there. In addition to the fact they're stating that the shed there is only 1 foot from the existing dwelling. In reality, it's 12 feet from the existing building right there. And I've got that on this map right here. That's the architecture. This existing metal building is right here. there's a patio cover that is right here, and the dwelling is actually right here, and there is 12 feet distance right there between those two items. Back to the other thing there, the setback as far as buildings go. My next door neighbor on the south side has constructed a building that is right on the property line, and there are people living in this building right here. The people to the rear of me on the west side have constructed a building right there, and the people to the north side have two storage sheds right on the property line.
Okay, Mr. Flo, we can't do anything about your neighbors.
Okay.
Again, just focus on what you're seeking.
Okay.
Let me ask a quick question. Did you get the written concurrence of your immediate neighbors?
Yes, I did. I have right here 8 of my neighbors
Surrounding you?
surrounding me right
If you could
there.
submit
They have
that
no problem with them.
If you could submit that to the clerk, please.
Well,
Okay?
no problem with me there. There are publications from the RJ newspaper about the problem with burglaries and thefts and stuff in my area that's published every week right there. And that's what I'm trying to do, is just protect my personal property from any further problems I'm having with either the next door neighbor or anybody else coming to the property. I put in cameras and alarm systems, everything else, trying to protect my property, and that's all I want to do.
Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak, please come forward.
You ever tried Smith and Wesson?
Thank you, Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street.
That, of course,
Is
is
the
a joke.
agenda, is the printed agenda right where it says there's an 11-inch side setback, or is that wrong?
Mr. Farlow, through me, please. What's the question?
On the side setback, the agenda says there's an 11-inch side setback. Is that correct or is that wrong? Because this gentleman showed a
We'll look into
site
it.
development plan that looked like there was 11 feet or more there.
We'll look into it and get
Well,
the answer.
The problem is, how do you maintain this thing in 11 inches? That's the problem. That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll get the answer, Mr. Farlow. Anyone else wish to speak, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Donna Kilman. I live at 4212 Carnation Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89108. I am the neighbor to the north of Mr. Flo. I do hereby oppose the storage container. Yes, Eric has shown some very nice pictures, but he only shows what is relevant to what he sees,
Okay,
not
if you could
me.
put them on the screen, and you have a limited amount of time, so
Okay.
I'd ask you to put those on the screen and then tell us. And quick question, are you the immediate neighbor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't know if you can zoom in any closer on them or not, but here in the upper left-hand corner is looking out my kitchen window. I see the wooden fence that he has built. That was approximately 5 years ago. As you can see, it has deteriorated. I also received the more or less ugly side of the fence. I received the wood, okay? And above that, you can see a portion of the cargo container, okay? Down, looking out my front door, you see the wooden fence and the cargo container that is above it. Lower left, me standing next to my fence with the wooden fence and the cargo container so that you can see the height level that is involved in this. This next one is a measurement of, with the tape measure, of approximately 93 inches. That is what that photo is. Okay, this is going down with the tape measure to the 93 inches. It's almost 8 foot. Actually, it's upside down. 8 foot mark right here. More from the front yard of my fence, the front of my house. This is what you see if you're closer as you're walking up through the gate. You would see the storage container. from the back of my house and my side yard. This is what you see looking from the back going towards the front yard. And this is now the additional wooden fence that he has put up in the last 3 months. So I am the one who sees the eyesore. Yes, he has done a nice job on showing you the front view. Yes, maybe the surrounding neighbors have not opposed to it, but myself, I'm the one who gets the brunt of it. I will agree that yes, my brother-in-law did commit a crime. He is the one, but I personally had nothing to do with that crime. I should not have any bearance on this. I've lived on the property for 21 years. Eric married the woman who bought the property. He's the one who moved on.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please. Commissioner Moody?
through you, Mr. Flo, this is just awful. It's too close to the wall, it's too tall, your neighbor can see right over it, it's too ugly. Shipping containers belong on ships and trucks and in your driveway just long enough to unload it and then get back on a truck and get out of there. I'm sympathetic to the situation you've been through and you wanting to secure your items, but there's a reason we have a code against shipping containers, and I cannot support this. I will be voting to deny your application.
Any further comment? Are we ready for a motion?
Can I share one?
No.
Oh, okay.
Could I say something?
I'll give you a moment for rebuttal. We have a motion I believe that they're getting ready to make, but go ahead and if you take a minute and if you want to.
Zoom in on this picture right here. This is 3 doors north of my house right here. This is an existing shipping container that's been there for probably 10 years at least. It's not screened, not anything else, and within 2 feet of the wall right here. There's also a car lift in that same location right there. Both have been approved by code enforcement to be able to remain there with no problem at all.
No, they're not. They're not. I don't know where you got your information, but outing your neighbors is probably not going to endear a lot of support. They're not legal, and I suspect code enforcement will be out to cite them. The reality is, it's unfortunate when we get in these situations that you can't work it out. I would disagree to some extent. The shipping containers do have a place, and in some cities they've been used in a very interesting way where they put them together like Legos and cantilever them. But they're usually covered by a facade of stucco, and you would never know what they are. They're a very inexpensive way of providing housing and storage. But just pulling one onto your property, I don't think is a good thing. And, I know you probably thought you were doing the right thing, but even just constructing fences without permits, we don't know whether they're structurally sound. They need to go through a permit process and engineered so that there isn't a public safety problem. But I would hope that maybe you can work with your neighbors and maybe you can find a solution and perhaps come forward at another future date with something less burdensome. But Mr. Moody, Commissioner Moody, I think you have a motion that you're attempting to make.
To cover it with the same siding as the mobile home has on it?
I don't know, sir. It doesn't meet code and it's existing. I think you did it all before, or somebody did it without any permits. But at the very minimum, if you ever wanted my support, you'd need to have the support of your neighbors, who are the property owners and the stakeholders. So I can't give you any advice, but that would be it if I did. Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask Mr. Flo, has this subsided now? Has the burglaries and all of that, has it stopped since the incarceration of the suspect?
As far as his case goes, yes. As far as the neighborhood goes, no. There's ongoing burglaries. There was 3 of them last week in the paper here, in the same neighborhood.
At your property, though?
Not on my property, but in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move with regard to item 37, VAR 41486, to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
We have a motion for denial. Yes vote is for denial. Please cast your vote. And that denial has been affirmed.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed within 10 days.
We go on to agenda item number 38, VAR 41558. The applicant and the owner is HCP CCSNF LLC to allow a setback of 30 feet where the residential adjacency standards require a minimum setback of 66 feet at 3450 North Buffalo Drive in Ward 4. And then related items, we have agenda item number 39, SUP 41559 for the expansion of an existing convalescent care center, and agenda item number 40, which is the site development review associated with these other two items, and that's 41557 for proposed 17,466 square foot 36-bed expansion of an existing convalescent care center with a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffer standards to allow an 8-foot wide buffer where 15 feet is required along the north perimeter and 7.5 foot wide buffer where 15 feet is required along the east perimeter. Staff, can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this project was previously approved, but those entitlements expired in 2009. A variance is required for residential adjacency requirements, and staff finds this to be a self-imposed hardship. And staff also does not support the waivers of the minimum landscape requirements, and as such recommends denial of the application. Please note we have received an additional protest and letter of support since publication.
Mr. Genzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Bob Genzer, Genzer Consulting, Las Vegas, Nevada, on behalf of the applicant. As staff just indicated, these three items were unanimously approved by both the Planning Commission and City Council in 2007, along with a rezoning application, which subsequently went into effect. Unfortunately, at the time of the approval, we all know what happened with our economy, and the applicant was not able to obtain financing to construct the project. As the staff report also indicates, the applicant has actually now submitted plans to the building department, and it's my understanding that those plans have been approved, subject to receiving new approvals for these three applications. The applicant has indicated to me that financing is now in place, and they are ready to move forward as soon as those approvals are received. Nothing has changed in the area from what was before you in 2007, other than, unfortunately, probably a few less businesses that are still located along Buffalo Drive. This property from Tioga to Buffalo is one parcel, so the density of the project is determined for both the existing and the proposed based on the total of 3.99 acres. That also has not changed. As you can see by the site plan that's in front of you, the applicant is proposing to match the existing building, to put in additional landscaping. The trees that are proposed along the south property line, which is adjacent to the two single-family residential homes, are 24-inch box trees, 20 feet on center. The landscaping that is out there today is extremely mature. I do have some photos of those which were actually taken in 2007, if you would like to see them. And the only thing I can say there is that they're even more mature today than they were then. So with that, we do accept staff's, if approved, conditions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. We would ask for your support.
Thank you very much. Advertise a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Members of the Commission.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When do you anticipate construction starting on this expansion unit?
Commissioner, it's my understanding that as I said, the permits are in the system currently. If the approvals are received by this board and then the city council, they're ready to pull those permits and begin construction. I do have an email that I received a couple of days ago from the director of the company that's preparing to do this, and he has indicated that financing is in place.
Any further questions?
Now, if there's no further comments or questions, I would go ahead to move to approve item 38, VAR 41558, subject to the conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval of agenda item number 38. Please cast your vote. A yes vote is for approval. And that has passed. Agenda item number 39.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve item 39, SUP 41559, subject to conditions.
We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that is approved in agenda item number 40.
And, Mr. Chairman, pertaining to item 40, SDR 41557, I would move to approve, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Motion for approval. Please cast your vote. And that it's been approved as well.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
These items are final action unless appealed within 10 days.
Mr. Ginzer, the boat just let you off here for a while? The boat just let you off for a while?
Until October.
Okay. Agenda item number 41, I believe. VAR 41565, the applicant and the owner is Jenny W. Harris, to allow an existing 528 square foot accessory structure class 1 to have a 2-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required at 3324 Hastings Avenue in Ward 1. The staff is recommending approval. And we have an associated item, the special use permit, agenda item number 42, 41564, for an existing 528 square foot accessory structure class 1. Staff, can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the existing structure encroaches 8 inches into the required 3-foot side yard setback of the property. As the request does not jeopardize the health, safety, and general welfare of the Centenarian, the applicant has provided evidence of a unique and extraordinary circumstance related to the size and width of the lot. Staff is recommending approval of the variance, and staff also finds that the request for the special use permit is compatible and harmonious with the surrounding area and recommends approval. Please note we have received additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you very much. And you, the applicant, if you'd state your name and address for the record, the staff's recommending approval, and I'd ask if you agree with the recommendation for approval.
Ginny Harris, 3324 Hastings Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107. And I support the decision.
Very good. Thank you very much. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Members of the commission? Commissioner Quinn?
If none of my commissioners have anything to say, I spoke with Ms. Harris on the phone, drove by the house. It looks absolutely magnificent. So with that, I'd like to make a motion for approval for SUP. I'm sorry,
with the variance.
The variance first. The variance 41565, following all staff's recommendations.
We have a motion for approval for agenda item number 41 for the variance. A yes vote is for approval. Please cast your vote. That's been approved. And Commissioner Quinn, 42?
Yep. And looking forward to approving SUP 41564, following all staff's recommendations, with a motion for approval.
Very good. We have a motion for approval. Please cast your vote.
Your home is lovely.
Thank you.
And that has been approved. Commissioner Trowbridge, did you?
This thing above here is not looking so pretty good.
Would you reflect Commissioner Trowbridge's vote as a yes? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, these items will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Very good.
Thank you.
We're moving right along to agenda item number 43, variance 41579, the applicant Jones Lang LaSalle, the owner the Toss C. Harden and Lois I. Harden Revocable Family Trust. It's to allow 30 parking spaces where 48 are required at the southwest corner of Red Coach Avenue and Rancho Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. We have an associated and related matter, Site Development Review 41578, for an 8,500 square foot auto repair garage minor. Staff, if we can have a report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the site is currently contains an off-premise sign with no other development. It is adjacent to an auto repair garage major to the south and an undeveloped C1 parcel to the west. The proposed project is too large for the site, as reflected in the need for a 17-space variance and exception for parking lot landscaping. Removal of the off-premise sign and a reduction in the size of the garage could reduce the negative impacts of this project. Staff recommends denial of both applications.
Thank you very much. Ms. Allen?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Stephanie Allen, 8345 West Sunset Road, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a proposed Firestone corporate for a minor auto repair. Firestone is coming into the valley, and they're planning a number of these exact prototypes throughout the valley over the next few years, as opposed to a franchisee of Firestone. So this is actually the corporate entity that's coming forward. The plan that's before you is a prototype that they've used nationwide, along with the parking requirement. We do have a parking variance that's part of our application, as well as a site plan review that's part of the application. And we understand, as far as the variance goes, we have to prove a legal hardship on this property, and I think there's a number of factors that we'd ask the board to consider this evening that are legal hardships related to this property. And if I could just go through those quickly first. The site is located at the southwest corner of Red Coach Avenue and Rancho. This is zoned C2. As I mentioned, there's a number of interesting hardships with this property. There's a utility easement, 5-foot utility easement that goes all the way along the northern and the eastern property line. There's a floodplain zone that's this dotted line right here that basically takes up, I don't know, almost a quarter or maybe a fifth of the property on this east portion that cannot be developed on top of. There's a telephone easement and power lines that go across the middle of the parcel. And then there's also an access issue on Rancho. We originally had proposed access onto Rancho Drive. Our request was denied by NDOT to have access onto Rancho, so we had to revise the site plan to have access onto Red Coach. We have 2 proposed access points on Red Coach. So there's a number of factors related to this site that cause legal hardships and make this property difficult to develop on. Not to mention just the size and shape of this. It's a long, narrow piece of property, which makes it a unique piece of property for development purposes. And I think this particular project works perfect on it, actually, and it's fortunate because there's not a lot of things that can work on this type of property. The variance that we've asked for is a reduction from 48 required parking spaces to 30 required parking spaces. The parking calculation is directly related to the size of the building. It's 1 parking space for every 200 square feet of building, plus 5 additional parking spaces. So in order to actually meet the parking requirement on this, we'd probably have to cut the building in half and have maybe a 4,000 square foot building would be about 25 parking spaces that would be required. So that just won't work for Firestone. They have 10 bays that are proposed facing internal to the site. Those 10 bays are necessary for their business prototype. With a minor automotive repair, parking is not a huge concern for them, mostly because people come in and get an oil change, or they come in and have a tire changed, and they wait for their car and they leave. And their cars are going to be housed in those in those parking bays. So in addition to the 30 parking spaces we're providing, we also have the 10 bays. So essentially we've got 40 available spots on the site. Additionally, just practically speaking, as far as the parking count goes, Firestone tells us this is more than adequate. They have these prototypes nationwide. They say that 30 spaces is more than adequate to cover the employees and the guests, and they certainly don't want to provide a situation where they're short on parking. So they wouldn't be proposing this if they weren't comfortable that the 30 spaces were adequate. As far as the site plan goes, as I mentioned, there's 2 access points on Red Coach, so there'll be good circulation throughout the site for fire access as well as anyone that's coming onto the site. There's access on Red Coach, which is a dead-end cul-de-sac here with apartments, so there won't be a lot of traffic. It'll be easy to access the site on Red Coach. And there's also parking available on Red Coach if for some reason parking became an issue. There's been a suggestion that we come back for a potential review, and I think we're willing to agree to that if the commission is inclined to do so that we can evaluate the parking situation maybe a year from the certificate of occupancy, just to ensure that we are meeting the parking requirements. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we would ask for your approval.
This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this matter, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Board. I regard the argument by the council for the applicant as very logical, cohesive, and sound. I have due respect for the staff's recommendation and their viewpoint. However, I consider this an enormous opportunity because Firestone is coming into our valley, not franchisees, but Firestone, a company of great wealth, stability, and longevity. I am thinking of jobs and opportunity for our citizens, and I most heartily recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 241. So much for that. Firestone, by the way, is owned by the Japanese company Bridgestone. I would be a lot more comfortable if I could see the site plan, the landscaping, and where they're going to put the sign and that. Because number one, the sign is going to take up probably two parking spaces. And the landscaping, I mean, are they... My thing is this. We've been through this before. They get into this thing, and then they come back and they want a variance for the landscaping, and they start cutting that down to about half. And if they're going to start doing that, maybe they better look for another place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Close the public hearing. Ms. Allen, did you want to say anything in conclusion?
Sure. I do have the landscape plan just to show Mr. Farlow if he's interested. This is the landscape plan, and as you can see, there's a significant amount of landscaping along the east property line because you really can't put anything other than landscaping or parking in the flood zone area. The billboard that's mentioned in the staff report is located right here. There's an existing lease for that billboard, so unfortunately that's out of our control. We have no say over the contractual rights that billboard owner has, I guess. So that will remain. Yes, potentially if it was gone, we might be able to squeeze a couple more parking spots in there, but it's not going to have a significant impact on the development of the site. Our signage will be along Ranch. I think it's proposed right around here to have the Firestone signage. And we are asking for a reduction in some of the finger landscaping. Again, it's either finger landscaping or parking spaces, so we're in a pickle with this particular site just because of the size and shape of the site. So.
Thank you very much. Commissioners? Commissioner Moody?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Allen, I guess I'm less persuaded by the hardship arguments. You know, Firestone wants to put this prototype in, and so they're somewhat self-imposed. I am persuaded, however, by the unique parcel. You only have to look at the photos to realize this is a very unique piece of property. By the time you consider the various easements that are on there, I have to applaud Firestone for what they may be able to do on that very unique piece of property. Understanding that you're not going to be able to have ingress and egress off of Rancho, I like the idea. I'm thrilled with the thought of a corporate office or corporate building with Firestone coming in, and so you will have my support on this project.
I would echo those comments with the addition of additional recognition to Firestone for placing the 10 bays to face the south existing wall so that it's not going to be a aesthetic detraction from Red Coach Avenue. And it also, giving it that orientation, costs them a few extra parking spaces too. So I'm going to support it too. So I think
we're ready for a motion.
It's yours.
Mr. Chair, with regard to item number 43, variance 41579, move for approval subject to the conditions.
Motion for approval on agenda item number 43. A yes vote is for approval. Please cast your vote. Opposed? And that is passed. Related item 44.
With regard to item 44, SDR 41578, move for approval, again subject to conditions.
Motion for approval. Cast your vote, please. And both of those items have been approved. Mr. Director?
Thank you very much.
These items are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you.
Bingo.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much. And agenda item number 45 is variance 41580, and the applicant and the owner is ROGELIO, and the last name is MACHUCA, I believe. You can help me with the pronunciation.
Thank you very much. It's Rogelio Machuca.
Thank you. And it's
4273 Green Hill Drive.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
To allow no additional parking spaces where 3 additional parking spaces are required for a proposed 2,175 square foot office medical at 1501 Southeastern Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommendation is for denial. Can we get a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is an existing parking impaired office with 4 parking spaces where 8 spaces are required. An additional 4 spaces can be provided immediately adjacent to Eastern Avenue, but these spaces are located in the right-of-way and cannot be counted as on-site parking. The applicant is proposing to change the use of the site from an office other than listed to a medical office, which has a more intense parking requirement. As the site is parking impaired, the requested variance is only necessary for the additional spaces required for the change of use, or 3 spaces. Staff is recommending denial of the request as the proposed use is too intense for the existing site to accommodate, and the applicant has provided no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances that would substantiate the requested variance. If denied, the existing office use of the site would remain. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. Now it's your turn, and if you could help me with the pronunciation of your name.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Rogelio Machuca. I am a family physician. I'm just finishing my residency in about 15 days, and I'm a resident here at the University of Nevada School of Medicine. I'm a family medicine physician. My passion has always been to work with the underserved community. So I have attempted to purchase. Well, actually, I did. I put a down payment down on this building, and I was informed that I did need to. There was a parking requirement. This building is located on 1501 Southeastern, where there's a very, very high need of for primary care physicians. There's a huge underserved population there. I speak Spanish. I was raised here in Las Vegas, Nevada, and graduated from Rancho High School, and went to Southern Utah University for my undergrad, and then the University of Nebraska for medical school. I recognize that a lot of folks would see this building and would basically not be interested in putting up a medical clinic there. It's actually a lot of folks have told me, why are you trying to put a clinic there? I feel that there's a very high need there. My neighbors to the north and to the south, they're actually all, for the most part, they're all tax. That's all they do is just tax purposes. So my neighbors to the north and the south, they've all been closed down for the past 3 to 4 months because it's just seasonal work. What I want to bring to the community is obviously top-rate health care for the underserved. Also, obviously, economic development, creating jobs. The drawback is that I am limited with parking. However, I want to be a quality physician where I don't want to just be churning patients in and out. I believe that 7 to 8 parking spots are more than sufficient because I only want to see about 4 to 5 patients per hour. I don't want to be someone that just keeps, in and out the patients. There's about 100 feet from the building, there's a bus stop which could be used as mass transit. And in my backyard, there is obviously hundreds of single-family homes that could basically either walk over to see me or which I would encourage to be active.
Thank you very much. This was advertised a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Board. Teddy Russell, 5th, Las Vegas, Nevada. Everything that the doctor has said is entirely correct. I'm very familiar and very well acquainted with the neighborhood. I am a cancer survivor. I am also a coronary survivor. I also know that the good Mayor Pro Tem has a great deal of compassion and understanding, and although I do understand and do see the staff's viewpoint, I recommend approval because there is an enormous need, and life is more important than parking spaces.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Farlow?
Thank you. I commend the applicant for wanting to come into our neighborhood. I hope he knows that we have no money down there. But what we really need here, I mean, we can work with the parking because, like he says, there's a bus stop across the street and a lot of people will walk. I understand that. But we need some landscaping out there bad. I mean, a couple of trees or something. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? I'll close the public hearing. And typically I would ask my fellow commissioners for their comments, but I'd like to frame some of the discussion if I could, and then I'll allow them to chime in if they choose.
Yes, sir.
I applaud what you want to do, but I think most of the members of this commission and probably anybody who's listened to me for any length of time will tell you how angry I am over the Eastern Corridor and how it's deteriorated. And you mentioned the tax people. The whole area is flooded with code issues. The writing on the wall, the strobe lights, the lit up buildings, the flashing lights. It's a code nightmare. And I've made complaints. We have a new person in charge of code enforcement, and my hope is that I can talk with him about some of the compliance issues. It's a primarily Hispanic clientele, and some of the properties down there have done everyone a disservice by writing all over the walls, and don't even get me going about some of their business practices. But nevertheless, I look at this, and it's a nice building. It had graffiti on it a month or so ago. I don't know whether you've cleaned it up.
Yes, we did, sir.
I like the building. I guess it's parking deficient, and if you could prove to me that the deficiency wouldn't deter the public, because you got to back in and out of Eastern, it may see some degree of my support. The problem that I'm having is that it's a variance. It's not a special use permit or a site development review, so there's no opportunity, I don't think, for a review. But I would like some assurances that, one, you won't write all over the walls, with whatever it is. I mean, you say you're a resident and you'll soon be a medical practitioner. Are you going to have banners all over the place? Are you going to have signage? How are people going to know how to find you?
What I want to do is I want to provide quality. That's what I want to do. I completely agree with you. My building was actually quote unquote tagged. It's very, very, it's angering. I want to keep a high quality establishment, and that's basically what I want to bring to the community.
How are you people going to know that 1501 is a medical office?
Rogelio Machuca, MD, Family Medicine.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
What about, and I would agree with Mr. Farlow, what about, is there any opportunity for a single tree? It's like kryptonite over here.
Sir, if
there's
you
not
would,
a single stitch of green in there.
You're absolutely correct. If you want me to put up a tree, I would be more than happy to. I've gone through 8 years of medical training, 80-hour work weeks, studying all night. I mean, I have 15 days left. If you ask me to put up a tree, sir, I will put up a tree.
It's not part of this application. I'm just curious what you want to do. I mean, it's not a site development review, but I look at this. We're making some parts of the city ugly. And I don't know how to go through this, but I would think that maybe that we could put a planter in there. It's not a condition I can require, I believe, because if I'm not mistaken, this is a variance. But I want a level of assurance that this isn't going to be like the rest of the junk along Eastern from St. Louis all the way down to Fremont Street. And I am so angry because people have stood before me for 10 years and assured me that they would put a nice professional office in, and it looks like a carnival.
And I completely agree. Actually, I saw the pictures of how the building was before, and I was amazed. It does not look like the building that it was. The only thing is that I'm a physician. I will give you my word. And unfortunately, I can't speak for anyone else previously. But I'll give you my word that it will be clean. It will be a high-quality establishment. If you want to come visit me,
okay.
I'll be more than happy to take care of your call for you.
So the issue of parking, which is the issue that we get to decide, and I'll defer to my commissioners on this.
Thank you. Dr. Mahoka, I'd like to take another tact here. I give a lot of credibility to the issue of the proximity of the mass transit along Eastern. I also give a lot of credibility to the need for first-class medical care in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
But even more so, I give more personal credibility to you as a human being and a physician to come back to town after you have had multiple opportunities, I'm sure, to establish practice elsewhere. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for a public-private partnership. And if the only contribution that the public can make to your success as a local physician, a kid done well and done good, is to grant you a small variance on parking, I'm the one that's willing to make the motion to let you have it. And I'll support it, and I would urge my fellow commissioners to take these issues into consideration when they vote.
Thank you, sir.
Are we ready for a motion?
You bet. Can I make it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. In regards to item number 45, variance 41580, I'd like to make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions.
Motion for approval of agenda item number 45. Please cast your vote. And that is passed.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Machaca,
Yes, sir.
I live in that neighborhood, and I appreciate and I'm taking you on your honor, and rest assured I will be down there to check that out. So,
Please, it would be my pleasure. Thank you very much.
If you need a hand with landscaping, give me a call, and my name's in the book.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
I
it.
have Saturdays and Sundays that'd be available.
Thank you very much.
Make sure your pressure machine is working when Commissioner Evans gets down there. 'Cause if he don't see a plant, you're gonna have to rest him for an hour till the bus gets back.
I'll get some plants in there.
All right.
Thank you very much.
This item will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Am I able to apply for a business license now and get things going, or do I have to wait till the meeting?
You may apply for the license, but it cannot be issued until after approval is given.
In the commission?
City Council.
Okay, thank you very much.
Agenda item number 46, variance 41585. The applicant and the owner of Beazer Homes Holding Corporation to allow 7-foot rear yard setback for a patio balcony where 10 feet is the minimum required at 72 or 7624, 7628, 7632, 7768, and 7772 Houston Peak Street in Ward 6. The staff's recommended denial. Can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this request would allow the construction of a patio cover with a second-story balcony within the required setback area. Staff is recommending denial as the home models could be designed with a reduced building footprint or with the omission of the patio balcony, which would allow for conformance to the setback requirements of the Cliffs Edge Master Development Plan. Please note that there is an additional letter of protest and support for this item since publication.
Thank you, applicant.
Paul Chavez, 3277 East Warm Springs, Las Vegas, 89120.
I don't see him.
On behalf of the applicant, the houses in question back up to Schomburg, and they do not have houses that are affected by the rear setback reduction. There's 26 houses that back up along this subdivision. All but these 5 do not have the required setbacks due to the curvature on the streets of the internal layout and the knuckle and the cul-de-sac that's done there at the end on the north end. Some of them are within a few feet at the most, and then the minimum ones are like within half a foot of reaching that setback.
Anything else you wanted to say?
No, just that the views that are given and the opportunity to give the potential buyers of the city is really what the applicant is trying to be able to provide. These houses haven't been sold, or they want to be able to just give that option in the future, since every other lot on that street is given that option because they're within the setbacks. All 21 other houses.
Very good, thank you. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Please come forward.
Todd Farlow. On the overhead there, the orange indicates the balcony. Is that what we're looking at? Yellow is the house and the orange is the balcony?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. No one else to speak? I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chavez, it's my understanding that with regard to these 5 parcels, that this is really going to be a spectacular view with this second-story balcony. And that's the reason for you wanting the variance on those 5 pieces.
That is correct, because all the other 21 houses have that option.
Okay.
And it's also an option. It's not required unless it's...
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
You just want to make it available.
Correct.
I certainly think that those homeowners would opt in for that option and would certainly make that desirable and could overcome, whatever limitation that might create with regard to the setback. So I like the idea. You'll see my support on this.
Any additional comment?
Mr.
Any
Chair,
additional comment?
if there is no further discussion, make a motion with regard to item 46, variance 41585, for approval, subject to all conditions.
We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 46. Please cast your vote. And that is passed.
Thank you.
And that item is final action unless appealed within 10 days.
Moving on to agenda item number 47, SUP 41542. The applicant is Pearl of the Orient Massage, the owner Sunshine One LLC, for a 1,020 square foot massage establishment with waivers to allow no distance separation from another massage establishment where 1,000 feet is required, a 20-foot distance separation from a residential use where 400 feet is required, and a 24-hour operation where hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. are allowed at 3909 West Sahara Avenue, Suite Number 6 in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. If we could have a report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed massage establishment use does not comply with the distance separation requirements and the limitation on hours of operation of Title 19, and therefore cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding development. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you. Do we have an applicant here? We have an applicant present on agenda item number 47. We'll trail this for a few moments and we'll come back and see if they're here. So we'll move along to agenda item number 48, which is SUP 41569. And the applicant is Haim Gabay, the owner, HS Family Limited Partnership, for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use within an existing 5,166 square foot retail establishment at 316 Fremont Street in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Can we have a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this request would reestablish a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use that was previously approved through special use permit SUP 36558, but was not exercised and subsequently expired. The use meets all Title 19 requirements and will be operated in conjunction with an existing retail store. Staff is recommending approval. If approved, condition of approval number 2 should be revised to allow 2 years from the date of final approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. We have the applicant.
My name is Albert Gabay. I'm here to represent my brother, Haim Gabay.
Okay. And did you want to say anything on your behalf?
Yeah, we're trying to get your approval to sell wine and beer at the store. Just, we have a demand for it.
Okay. Thank you. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Board. My name is Teddy Russell V, a resident of Las Vegas. In the background, that we need more beer and more wine on Fremont Street experience, just like Bill Gates needs money. Also, we know very well that the current mayor, Oscar Goodman, regards Fremont Street as essential to the continuation of redevelopment of downtown. We also know that the mayor-elect, Carolyn Goodman, feels the same way. This is one of the rare occasions where I am profoundly disappointed in staff. If you were to visit the premise, you will find a sign that says for rent. You will also find signs that say no trespassing, do not sit here. We are a hospitality city. My swan song is, there is so much rudeness downtown. From my experience, I'm treated like the king of Siam on the Strip, no less. Okay, so it's for rent. They get their license and they sell and live happily evermore. I cannot imagine, since it's a stone throw away, why staff did not visit the premise. They're showing the pizza shop in the picture, which already has alcohol. I cannot recommend hardly enough my disgust with the obnoxiousness of this request. I recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I concur with what Mr. Russell just said.
Thank you. Any further comment? We'll close the public hearing. Before we open this up, I received a phone call this afternoon and followed up with a letter from the board of the Fremont East Downtown Entertainment District, I believe, Fremont East Downtown Las Vegas Entertainment District. It says, "Dear Commissioner Evans, please let this letter serve as an official protest from the Fremont East Entertainment District for the proposed SUP 569 and SUP 41570 for a beer wine cooler license at 300 Fremont Street and 316 Fremont Street, applicant Haim Gabe. As we currently have many challenges in our district with the illegal consumption of alcohol beverages on the streets and sidewalks, as well as the litter, loitering, and loss of revenues, we are against any and all new off-premise liquor or beer wine licenses in our immediate area. These establishments often violate city ordinances and create only negative consequences for the stakeholders that are striving to improve this area. Let this letter serve as a protest from all of the following board members and stakeholders: Mike Nolan, President El Cortez, John Tippins, the Ogden Streamline, Artemis Hand, property owner Frank Alam, property owner Jonathan Jossel, Tamaris, Plaza Hotel, Las Vegas Club Western Hotel, Andrew Wheatley, Vanguard Lounge, Richard Sturman, property owner, and myself, Michael Cornthwaite, Emergency Arts, the Beat Coffee House of the Downtown Cocktail Room. Please do not hesitate to call me if you have any questions, and I'll pass these down and around. And perhaps you might want to respond to that, sir. The letter I had asked if you had talked to any of them, and they said no. And one of the things that the members of the entertainment district in the East Fremont group had said was that because of the property owners and with the hotel owners, they often don't get the notices. And Mr. Cornthwaite had indicated that he only got his because Artemis Hammond called him. I suspect they get sent out. It's just that they're directed to various offices. But my question to him was, had you all had any discussions, or had you reached out to them? And they said no. But the bottom line was that they're adamantly opposed to beer and wine, and they also made a reference to their assertions that the souvenir place that you have has multiple banner and code violations, and they question the ability to have beer and wine.
We have code violations.
I'm just relaying the message. From the look of the picture on the screen, you probably do, I would think.
Listen, the association, they own the strip. I mean, everybody know that. If they don't want to give you the permit, they're not going to give it to you. So, I mean, we apply for it because we have a few stores. And a few stores, we do have the permit to sell wine and beer. And these two particular locations we don't have. We've been trying to get the approval for like 2 years, just like you mentioned before. And for some reason, they don't give it to us. But I don't remember we had any violation related to the beer and wine.
No, I think it was, their assertions were not necessarily that you were cited, but there are code violations with regard to banners and things of that nature.
Well, everybody's selling beer and wine in a strip, and there is a demand for it. And I mean, people come into the store and they're asking for it. It's only business, I mean, people asking for beer and wine. If you don't have it, you don't sell it, And today, everything is accumulated, I mean, you need, in this kind of situation on the market, you're trying to make business, So if it's possible to sell beer and wine, why not?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I had a chance to go by the business and take a look at it. And you've got your Bud Light sign up, you got your liquor signs already up, correct?
We have in a few other locations. Oh, we set it up, yes.
Yeah, so it's all set up.
Right.
And they have a clean store, but I just believe the Fremont Street owners to the east in the district want to create that ambience down there where people will do the drinking in their establishment. You have an establishment where you want to provide beverage for people to come in, purchase, and even walk out. Hopefully not consuming it up and down Fremont Street. I don't have a problem with it. I think if it needs to be anywhere, that's where it needs to be. I think you've, as a business owner, made an application. I see staff has looked at it. It's compatible and harmonious in the area. I don't really have a big issue with it, although I know the folks from the Fremont East downtown Las Vegas do. But, it's part of being business, and hopefully all you guys as entrepreneurs down there can get along And my hope is that if the Fremont Street East continues to develop, we'll have enough foot traffic down there where everybody will be able to be successful and run their business. So with that, if there's not any more comments, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
I have some additional
Okay?
comment.
I'll defer back to the chairman.
Yeah, and I'm concerned because we closed the public hearing, but let me ask you,
I
ma'am,
work with the company.
are
I
you?
work with the company. I just
you're-
wanted to.
Wait a minute. You're one of the applicants. You're with this gentleman.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we will open the public hearing back up, and I'll allow you a moment. Okay? What would you like to say?
Okay, I just wanted to know. You say that we
You-
have
you
a
have to
bad
get your
light.
name and address for the
My name
record.
is Nieves Alvarez, and the address is 6130 West Flamingo Road.
Okay.
You say that we have an existing sign for bad light. That's what you were saying. Is that what you're saying? That we have
Through
already an
me,
existing?
I'm going to allow the question. Commissioner?
That's what I'm looking at on the photo.
That's not our property. That's 320 Fremont Street.
Yeah, they have a closed ice cream
I wasn't even looking at the picture. No, that's not our property.
Okay, the one that says Bud Light souvenir T-shirt alcohol, that's not yours.
That's
okay.
not ours.
Very good. Well noted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I mean, we're not going to put the sign before we get the permits. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Well, that's what Well, very good.
But the only thing I would like to add is, I mean, it's kind of disappointing, when you buy a property, the 300 Fremont, we bought a property like 2 years ago, and we spent a lot of money. And, I mean, we're going to end up, with no permit for liquor or for beer and wine.
Don't you have the beer and wine in some of the other locations?
Yeah, but not in this particular one.
Okay. And I want to close the public hearing, and I don't want to debate it, but I just made a few observations. The pictures that I saw, and from what I was told, there are a number of banner issues and code issues that you may want to look at. In my mind, the issue is I think we have 4 beer and wine or 4 liquor permits down there and 1 beer and wine. And it's not just the East Fremont people, which is a raging success. We have created that entertainment district, and for the first time in decades, it's teeming with life. One of the problems that we are told is that people go into the liquor stores and these, in your case, a souvenir stand, and they end up buying the liquor, and then they bring it into the locations and put it in flasks and bottles and hide it in there, whatever. Or they drink it, out on the open, which is a violation. Now, how you enforce that, I don't know. But we're talking about a number of the major casino properties down there find that objectionable as well. And I guess what I'm saying is that we've enabled these businesses where they've created a substantial investment, and I suspect far greater than, your investment, and they're saying that this is problematic. And I don't think it's just a competition thing. It's just that we're adding additional beer and wine and liquor outlets in a place where we want people to go in to nightclubs, and that's their revenue stream. And we're attempting to, create a synergy down there, and I'm not sure that approving more beer and wine is necessarily the answer. But I would strongly urge you, and I'm very disappointed and surprised that you come forward with this application not having talked to your neighbors. They have a stake in this as well. The Fremont Entertainment, the Fremont Street Experience, all the hotel owners, the property owners, I would think that you'd need to get some level of concurrence. So,
through you, Mr. Commissioner,
I feel that letter came just to protect the hotels. That's my feeling.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat
I
that.
think Fremont Association trying to protect the hotels which sell beers and wine, and they're trying to prevent us from selling.
Okay.
But we we purchased the store in that strip just like every other one. And I don't see why they protect the casinos and the hotels, and we don't have no rights, for stuff like that. That's
okay.
all.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner? Yes.
One comment. I'm not saying you don't have rights, but I'd like to put an observation together about Fremont Street. The hotels spend a lot of money trying to bring customers there. Fremont Street East is doing very well. There are a lot of retailers that want to be on this street that will pay very good rents, bring service all kinds of customers, but it seems that all the property owners want to do is just be the beer and wine peddlers of the street. So if you say the hotels want to protect themselves, I think the hotels, everybody needs to get on board with the idea of we can do better with the retail along this street. And you've made a big investment. The buildings you have acquired, and you paid very well for them, but you got security people standing on towers inside the store. I mean, we need to do better with the retail down here, and the hotels need to do as well. And I'm not sure that what beer and wine sales here are going to do for you. You've had a sign up, I believe this is the right store, you've had a sign up for a ice cream parlor coming soon for a year. There's next to the existing
the small store?
Yes.
That small store was for rent, and whoever took it changed his mind.
Right.
Now we rent it to someone else. That's a story about the small store. But we never ask for beer and wine for that small store, only for the big one.
Okay. I think you know, there's a lot of decent, and there have been a lot of good souvenir operations down there, and just throwing beer and wine in, just putting a cooler box in there isn't going to make it better. It's just going to make it the same. And I'm not saying your business model's wrong. I'm just saying we're going to have nothing but beer and wine sales along Fremont Street except for the kiosk that the Fremont Street Experience puts out there and the hotels. And to me, that falls far short of what we ever envisioned Fremont Street to be. And you know, the city can only do so much, but the stakeholders have to do more.
Thank you. Commissioner, were you ready for a motion?
Yep.
Thank you.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of 48 SUP 41569, subject to all staff's recommendation condition.
So a yes vote would be for approval, a no vote would be to deny the application. Please cast your vote. And that has been denied.
Well, so now we need a vote in the affirmative for denial. Chairman?
Yes. Would entertain a motion for...
In regards to item number 48, special use permit 41569, make a motion to deny the request.
A yes vote would be for the denial. A no vote would be for approval. Cast your vote. And that motion for denial has been approved, correct? Yes. Thank you very much.
And this item will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
And you might not want to run off because I believe your agenda item number 49, if I'm not mistaken, which is...
Yeah, but
this,
I know what's going to be.
Well,
you never know.
the special use permit 41570, the applicant Haim Gabe, the owner L'Chaim Fremont Associates, Inc., for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use within an existing 8,152 square foot retail establishment at 300 Fremont Street in Ward 5. Staff's recommending approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this request is to allow a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment in conjunction with an existing retail store. The use meets all Title 19 requirements and will be compatible with the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff is recommending approval. If approved, condition of approval number 2 should be revised to allow 2 years from the date of final approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you. And I'm assuming it's the same argument. Did you want to say anything else on your behalf? No? Okay. Anyone wish to speak from the public? Seeing none, I'll open and close the public hearing. Commissioners?
I'm going to make the same motion, but I just want to make a comment. I just think it's a matter of choice. And I think if somebody decides they're walking down Fremont and they want to go into a store and buy something packaged, it's up to them. I don't think they should have to go into the Fremont Street East businesses to do that. And I think that's where we get a little off kilter here, because this gentleman, as a business owner, has followed every letter of the law that the city says for him to apply, and he should be afforded the opportunity in this competitive market to compete just like anybody else. And when we get to start to go down this path, I think we're on the wrong path when we're talking about enhancing what happens on Fremont Street. As long as Fremont Street keeps with its business model and keeps developing, that crowd will come that will substantiate the bottom line that they're looking for. But when you start doing this to other business owners, this is why we have what we have. And this is exactly why we have what we have. He's done nothing wrong. He's followed the letter of the law, and then look what happens at the end result. So I will move to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
A yes vote will be for approval. A no vote would be for denial of the approval. Please cast your vote. And that fails, so a motion in the alternative.
Yes, in regards to item number 49, special use permit 41570, make a motion for denial.
The motion for denial, a yes vote would be for denial. A no vote would be for the alternative. Cast your vote. And that was denied. The motion was denied.
Thank you.
Or motion passed, rather, for the denial.
And that item will also go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
And we move along to agenda item number 50 and I believe 51, which are related. Item number 50 is special use permit 41583. The applicant is the Community Counseling Center, the owner 714 East Sahara Avenue, LLC, for proposed 17,088 square foot facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug or alcohol abuse at 714 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. An associated related item is agenda item number 51, special use permit 41584. The applicant, the same Community Counseling Center, the owner 714 East Sahara Avenue, LLC, for proposed 17,088 square foot social service provider at 714 East Sahara Avenue, Ward 3, and the staff recommends approval of the special use permit there as well. So, staff, if we can have a report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has been was previously operating at 1120 Almond Tree Lane for approximately 19 years. The request for this special use permit is to allow a change of location to 714 East Sahara due to fire damage at the Almond Tree Lane location. The proposed facility to provide testing, treatment, and counseling for drug and alcohol, and a social service provider employs 43 people and will serve 500 clients monthly. Staff notes there were no service calls to the Almond Tree Lane by the Metropolitan Police Department. The proposed use complies with all Title 19 requirements and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing and surrounding development and land uses. Staff recommends approval. Please note there were additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Thank you very much.
My name is Antioco Carrillo, and the address is 714 East Sahara, Suite 101. And I'm here on behalf of Community Counseling Center, my staff and my clients, to make sure that we continue the services that we have had for the last 20 years. We have had several programs throughout the years and with fairly no complaints from anyone. And unfortunately, in December, we had a fire and we had to relocate the services. And it has been very taxing and difficult for us. And I will just appreciate your support in providing us the special use permit.
Thank you. And the staff has recommended approval of both of these. I'm assuming that you've read the reports and you agree with that.
Yes.
Okay, very good. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Mr. Farlow,
Yes,
please.
Todd Farlow. I urge approval on this, but isn't this a location that they were going to put that indoor skydiving thing on?
I don't know, Mr. Farlow. We'll find out.
What happened to that?
It's not. We'll get you a map, Mr. Farlow. We'll close the public hearing, Commissioners.
I have one question, Mr. Chair. How many square feet did you have in your old facility?
We have 14,000, close to 14.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question, too, for staff. This item has been deemed a project of regional significance. I'm just wondering what that means and why it has been given that description.
Per NRS, any special use permit within 500 feet of a jurisdictional boundary is deemed a project of regional significance and requires approximately 27 various questions relating to water usage, fire services and such to be answered as by the applicant. For these small applications like this, for the most part, they don't apply. But
Thank
it's
you.
per the state requirement that anything close to the border is a project of regional significance.
Any further questions? Ready for a motion?
There are no further questions. No further questions in regards to item number 50, special use permit 41583. I'd make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you very much. We have a motion for approval of agenda item number 50. Please cast your vote. And that is passed. Agenda item number 51.
In regards to special use permit 41584, make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions.
We have a motion for approval. A yes vote is for approval. Please cast your vote. And that too has been approved. Mr. Director?
Thank you.
These items will go forward to City Council on the July 20th agenda.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 52, special use permit 41587. The applicant is Light Squared, Inc., the owner Bar Acquisitions, LLC, for a co-location on an existing wireless communication facility, stealth designed monopine, at 3811 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff is recommending approval. Can we have a report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this is a request to co-locate on an existing wireless communication facility of stealth design at Monopine. Staff is recommending approval as the proposal will utilize an existing structure, have a minimal impact on the surrounding area, and it will meet all requirements of Title 19. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item since publication.
Thank you very much. Applicant, you want to state your name and address for the record?
Kerry Warren, 2850 Pine Prairie Avenue, Henderson, 89052.
And you agree with all of the recommendations of the staff? And
Yes, sir, we do.
okay. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. The commissioners? Anyone?
Okay.
Commissioner Quinn, did you want to say something on this matter? Commissioner Moody?
No, I know. No, sorry. I think we're going to follow staff's recommendation for approval on SUP 41587. And I did go by it, and it looks fine, so thank you.
We have a motion for approval on agenda item number 52, SUP 41587. A yes vote would be for approval. Please cast your vote. And that has been approved. Mr. Director.
And that item will go forward to City Council on July the 20th.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Director's business.
Mr. Chairman, have we?
Who's talking?
Mr. Lewis down here at the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure we've looked at 47 yet. And before we go to Director's business, I might ask you to hear that trailed item.
Okay. Agenda item number 47, we read it into the record. The applicant did not appear. What's the pleasure of the commission? I believe we read it into the record. We never acted on it. We never opened the public hearing. I don't even think we did the staff report. So,
Mr. Chairman, staff is recommending denial of this application.
Well, and for the...
Wait a minute. Wait.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And without the applicant present, we might want to afford him an opportunity to appear at your next meeting by giving him a call. I've checked. He's out of state, and I will try and reach him tomorrow.
Okay. Will this have to be renoticed?
It will not.
It will not. Because if it did get renoticed, I would insist that the applicant pay for the renotice, not the city. But it's not going to be renoticed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And is that because we've already sent the notice?
That is correct, yes. Notice has already been sent.
Okay.
My concern would be taking action without the applicant
No,
present.
and I would agree. I mean, I'd like to
on
do
an
this
issue.
as cleanly as possible. So, pardon? I suppose we'd need a motion to obey it until the next meeting.
That's it.
Would you consider that, Commissioner Quinn?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so we'll obey agenda item number 47 until the next meeting. And do we have someone from the staff that can insist that if the applicant wishes to be heard, that they be here for the proceeding?
We will contact the applicant yet again and stress the importance of their presence at this meeting.
Very good. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So we have a motion to obey this into the next regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting, which I believe is July the 12th. Correct?
Yes.
Very good. Cast your vote.
So glad.
And that motion has been approved, and we'll hear it on July 12th. Now we move on to Director's business, the text amendment
What about
4161.
55.
Pardon? Text amendment 41610, the applicant and owner, City of Las Vegas, discussion and possible action to update the downtown Centennial Plan to revise the language regarding the outdoor dining and entertainment standards. Staff's recommending approval, and perhaps you can enlighten us.
Mr. Chairman, currently, in order to do outdoor dining, the Downtown Centennial Plan requires a minor site plan review. Since the adoption of that language, staff has worked to find other avenues to make it easier for applicants to do outdoor dining in our Downtown Centennial Plan, and we can do that through an additional way through an encroachment permit into the public right-of-way, which is usually required for these. And as such, staff is recommending approval of this change. The use is still be permitted, but it'll make it much easier for outdoor dining to occur in our downtown area.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, question for staff. Does staff still look at a pedestrian pathway and all of those things as it relates to it, even though you're not asking for a site plan review?
Yeah, we will still review the application. What we're doing is just changing the type of application from a minor site plan review to an encroachment permit. But the review to ensure that there's a pedestrian pathway is maintained is still part of that review.
Okay.
Very good. Well, I don't know whether it's advertised at public hearing or not, but we'll open it up. Mr. Farlow, did you want to speak on this matter? Then we'll open and close the public hearing, And I'm assuming that we take no action on this, is that correct?
No, actually, we would request that you take action in the affirmative.
All right.
I'll
would
make the motion.
Entertain a motion in the affirmative, someone?
I'll make the motion for approval of text 41610, following all staff's recommendations.
We have a motion for approval of the text amendment. Please cast your vote. And that motion has passed.
And that item will be forwarded to City Council in ordinance format.
Very good. And the citizens' participation portion of the agenda,
Mr. Farlow?
we've concluded, or did you want to say anything, Mr. Farlow? If you do, let me read it into the record. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of any discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Farlow.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I wonder if Dr. Lewis would introduce our new attorney here. And if he's a protege of Eric Holder, I wonder if we could throw either shoes or rotten tomatoes.
Wow, well, I'm not sure, Chairman, if I'm going to respond to that at all, but we've got another one of our, the externs, and I'll let him go ahead and introduce himself.
Hi, my name is Gerard Dondero.
And?
I'm an extern from UNLV Law School.
Well, welcome to the city of Las Vegas. You're in good hands with Mr. Lewis.
Are you a protege of Eric Holder?
No comment.
Okay.
He's safe.
Very good. The citizens' participation portion of this meeting has been concluded, and this meeting is now adjourned.